for the rule of law and for what is right. After consulting with Secretary of Defense Cheney, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Powell, and our coalition partners, I am pleased to announce that at midnight tonight, Eastern Standard Time, exactly 100 hours since ground operations commenced and 6 weeks since the start of Operation Desert Storm, all United States and coalition forces will suspend offensive combat operations. It is up to Iraq whether this suspension on the part of the coalition becomes a permanent ceasefire. Coalition political and military terms for a formal ceasefire include the following requirements. Iraq must release immediately all coalition prisoners of war, third country nationals, and the remains of all who have fallen. Iraq must release all Kuwaiti detainees. Iraq also must inform Kuwaiti authorities of the location and nature of all land and sea mines. Iraq must comply fully with all relevant United Nations Security Council resolutions. This includes a rescinding of Iraq's August decision to annex Kuwait and acceptance in principle of Iraq's responsibility to pay compensation for the loss, damage, and injury its aggression has caused. The coalition calls upon the Iraqi government to designate military commanders to meet within 48 hours with their coalition counterparts at a place in the theater of operations to be specified to arrange for military aspects of the ceasefire. Further, I have asked Secretary of State Baker to request that the United Nations Security Council meet to formulate the necessary arrangements for this war to be ended. This suspension of offensive combat operations is contingent upon Iraq's not firing upon any coalition forces and not launching Scud missiles against any other country. If Iraq violates these terms, coalition forces will be free to resume military operations. At every opportunity, I have said to the people of Iraq that our quarrel was not with them, but instead with their leadership, and above all with Saddam Hussein. This remains the case. You, the people of Iraq, are not our enemy. We do not seek your destruction. We have treated your POWs with kindness. Coalition forces fought this war only as a last resort and look forward to the day when Iraq is led by people prepared to live in peace with their neighbors. We must now begin to look beyond victory in war. We must meet the challenge of securing the peace. In the future, as before, we will consult with our coalition partners. We've already done a good deal of thinking and planning for the post-war period, and Secretary Baker has already begun to consult with our coalition partners on the region's challenges. There can be and will be no solely American answer to all these challenges, but we can assist and support the countries of the region and be a catalyst for peace. In this spirit, as Secretary Baker will go to the region next week to begin a new round of consultations. This war is now behind us. Ahead of us is the difficult task of securing a potentially historic peace. Tonight, though, let us be proud of what we have accomplished. Let us give thanks to those who risked their lives. Let us never forget those who gave their lives. May God bless our valiant military forces and their families, and let us all remember them in our prayers. Good night, and may God bless the United States of America.
Many people around the world listened to the President's address tonight from the Oval Office. We began by going to our world affairs correspondent, Ralph Begleiter, at the State Department. Ralph, the Secretary is going to be a very busy official.
Well, the president indicated what the next steps will be now after the military leaders figure out how they're going to end the fighting in the Gulf, that is by having a meeting at a designated place in the region. The president said Secretary of State Baker would call a meeting of the United Nations Security Council to formalize the arrangements between Iraq and the coalition which has fought on behalf of the UN Security Council. The president also said Secretary Baker would begin with a trip next week to the Middle East region, presumably to thrust forward on the planning for the post-war situation, and that would include a number of things, including how to prevent Iraq from doing this sort of thing again and arranging a new security regime in the Persian Gulf, but also how to go about an arms control regime in the entire region to prevent not only chemical and biological and perhaps nuclear weapons from being stockpiled and used, but also a reduction in conventional forces in the Middle East. The Secretary of State is also expected to explore how much the Arab members of the coalition are willing to engage now with Israel, which has been a willing cooperator in the coalition, even though it has not been a combatant. And finally, how to go about arranging for some kind of economic cooperation throughout the region to prevent a kind of have and have-not situation among the Arabs, which was part of the reason that this entire situation developed in the first place. The president also said that in addition to the ceasefire, he said the United States was going to demand of Iraq the fulfillment of two of the objectives which the president outlined. The president said all of the military objectives had been met, but in fact two of them that he outlined last week had not. One of them was the exchange of prisoners of war and detainees, and the other was the uncovering of land and sea mines. He announced tonight that those would still be conditions that Iraq would have to comply with. Bernie?
Ralph, would you expect that out of all these demands that they very well could create much discussion, much disagreement within the Revolutionary Command Council in Baghdad?
I'm sure there's already been a lot of discussion and perhaps some disagreement in that command council. I must say that it would be fascinating to hear the story that Tariq Aziz, the Iraqi foreign minister, will have to tell, if he is able ever to tell the entire story of how the unfolding of this situation came about. Aziz, remember, is a well-respected international diplomat who has represented Iraq on many occasions. Secretary Baker has met with him before the war and came out saying he's a good diplomat with a bad brief. It'll be fascinating to see how he and perhaps others were able to persuade Saddam Hussein to bring this thing to an end.
With the war, then they are upbeat about it, and they were listening carefully for anything that might indicate otherwise. We heard the president tonight very upbeat, and the Kuwaitis say they will follow along with President Bush and his feelings. This is not something, however, that the Kuwaitis were not unprepared for. They've been planning for this day, their Liberation Day. Kuwaitis have been planning to return. They have been taking applications for anyone that has anything to do with rebuilding a nation, including construction engineers, oil people, doctors, construction again, and those specifically in the oil industry, considering what we've seen in terms of oil fields burning. Every position that would entail rebuilding a country, they are interested in, and they've been taking applications for it in anticipation of this day. Though many Kuwaitis I have talked with also seem to indicate from the video that they've been seeing on television that Kuwait City is not as badly damaged as they had feared. Obviously, had war broken out in the city of Kuwait, it would have been heavily damaged. That is not the case, however, and they are feeling great relief from that. From Saudis that I've talked with, they seem to indicate pretty much the same thing that the Kuwaitis do. Whatever the president feels, they will feel as well. Many have said that they wish that Saddam Hussein was pushed out of power. We'll see what happens with that. Others have said that they wish Saddam Hussein had died. That is obviously not the case. But they also say that they are prepared to help Kuwait rebuild its city. And as far as U.S. troops here, the one analogy that comes to mind is the Rocky movie, the first one. Here's Rocky, who focuses in on the mission ahead of him, much as the U.S. and Allied troops did in this war. Stayed focused, went through the battle, and came out victorious. The first thing that came into Rocky's mind after winning was his wife, Adrian. Well, I can tell you that that's what everyone here is talking about, the folks that I've talked with. Now their concentration is on going home. Greg Lamont, reporting live from Saudi Arabia.
In Jerusalem, where she has been throughout this ordeal, CNN's Linda Scherzer. Linda, what were the Israelis looking for in the president's address? What's the expected reaction where you are?
Well, Bernie, this is
silence from Baghdad and a warning from President Bush. The POWs get released or else.
One that's foremost, amongst foremost in my heart, is the question of our prisoners of war. And we expect a prompt repatriation of them, Kuwaiti detainees, and others.
His threats came during talks with Kuwaiti's ambassador, the Kuwaiti thanking President Bush for liberating his country. And in the Kuwaiti desert, Marines are blowing up every piece of Iraqi equipment they can find, from aircraft shelters to personnel carriers. And that's not all. Channel 2's Jay Levine is in Kuwait City with exclusive pictures of our Marines in action.
United States Marines dropping from the sky to confront an invisible enemy. But just as many of our troops on the battlefield, they found no one to fight. No mines, no booby traps, no surprises from Saddam awaiting the arrival of the U.S. ambassador, scheduled for today, postponed by weather until tomorrow. But the Marines got the same welcome all Westerners are getting here this week, and then some.
These people are obviously really happy, and it's glad to be a small part of it, and it's a good time.
Britain's ambassador did come back today after 3 months away. He helped raise the Union Jack over the embassy and took note of the damage to its main building. But still, he was glad to be back.
It's very exciting to be coming back here and to see so many people. And they also said it's very horrifying coming over, flying in and seeing the wanton destruction.
Kuwaitis were still looking past the destruction, past oil fires still burning out of control, past an industry critical to their economic well-being suffering such heavy damage. But no one's complaining. The war is over, and those dark clouds will go away, giving way to sunshine and a future that is equally bright. Jay Levine, Channel 2 News in Kuwait City.
Around the world, cheers and tears greeting the news of the ceasefire. On the streets of Baghdad, cheers that the war is over, but talk of revenge against America. Radio Baghdad even claims that President Bush declared a ceasefire because U.S. and allied troops were being slaughtered. In Amman, Jordan, hundreds of angry Palestinians marched through the streets shouting death to America, death to George Bush. Many there still don't believe that allied forces have driven Iraqi troops out of Kuwait, calling those reports a great American lie. But in Israel, people were dancing in the streets. But memories of the war linger. A city bus decorated with a giant gas mask was one of the featured floats during a parade in Tel Aviv. Many Israelis believe the Iraqi threat will not end until Saddam Hussein is removed from power.
The Pentagon tonight is making plans to bring more than half of the U.S. troops home by mid-May. The rest should be home by the fall. The first troops to begin returning to this area are expected at Fort Sheridan in about 3 to 4 weeks. One soldier, a real-life Rambo, is back home in the Chicago area tonight. George Kakalitris is injured, hurt during airstrikes and hand-to-hand combat with the enemy. He talked exclusively with our John Davis about war behind enemy lines.
25-year-old George Kakalitris is home from the war. He fought battles most of us never saw or heard about. These photos are Kakalitris' only proof that he was behind enemy lines inside Kuwait and Iraq in January, nearly a month before the rest of the Army got there. He is a member of the Army's elite special forces.
A lot of times you were initiated by the enemy, and a lot of times you always try to come out through with as much less violence as possible.
Under his shirt, Kakalitris has knife and bayonet wounds. He wears a patch over his eye, injured when an enemy grenade exploded near him.
You don't think about the injuries. Also, at that time, you have so much adrenaline pumped up. You have so many people counting on you, relying on you, just put it aside.
Put the pain aside, because in the Special Forces, the hospital is far away, and the mission comes before the man. He carried out 42 missions locating enemy targets so Allied warplanes could carry out strikes like these. Oftentimes, he found himself very close to those strikes. Part of his thumb was ripped off by shrapnel from an Allied bomb. His kneecap was shattered by a ricocheting bullet fired from an Iraqi rifle during a surprise confrontation. His fellow soldiers refer to him as a real-life Rambo.
No one's really a Rambo out there. It's not a one-man mission. It's everybody working together and bringing everybody home.
And Kakalitris is back home. Today, his mother shook the sand out of his desert uniform, but not the memories of what it went through. John Davis, Channel 2 News.
A tribute tonight to Army Sergeant Stanley Bartusiak of Calumet City. He was among 28 soldiers killed in Monday's Scud missile attack in Saudi Arabia. Tonight, VFW Post 8141 honored Bartusiak during a meeting of the Calumet City Council. The council is planning more tributes to other fallen soldiers. And for the troops coming home, one family is organizing a coast-to-coast welcoming, as Channel 2's Mike Parker explains.
Almost everywhere you look at the Volz family home in Elmwood Park, there are yellow ribbons and signs of support for U.S. troops in the Gulf. Tonight, the Volz family is working on a project to string a single 3,000-mile-long yellow ribbon from Washington, D.C. across the United States to the Pacific to welcome the GIs home.
I want our boys to know that they'll never be forgotten. And if we put a yellow ribbon across this country, we'd like to put the bow in the president's hand.
To do it will likely take millions of volunteers, just as the Hands Across America event to fight hunger did in 1986. But the Volz family, whose daughter Valerie is with the 101st Airborne in Saudi Arabia, is not fazed.
The impossible just takes a little longer to do.
We've got people from all over the place. Yellow ribbon.
Only a few hours after the project was mentioned on Channel 2 News at 5:30, more than 200 volunteers had called.
It gives me a real warm feeling to know that there's that much support out there because the troops aren't hearing it.
The Volz family hopes to get the project organized before the end of the summer. If you want to volunteer, call area code 708 and the number 453-0517. In Elmwood Park, Mike Parker, Channel 2 News.
Organizers plan to take their idea to numerous corporations as well as professional and social groups.
The race for mayor of Chicago takes a stunning new turn tonight. Channel 2's political editor Mike Flannery is live on the South Side with exclusive details of a new force joining in the race. Michael?
Well, Bill, we're live here at the Southside headquarters of the Harold Washington Party, where there have been some big developments.
Should include much more than applause and a pat on the back.
The way I feel it, a certain portion of government jobs should be for these veterans coming back.
Each one of them should get a bonus from the government for being there.
But Veteran Secretary Ed Derwinski, speaking in Chicago tonight, says unlike other wars, most of those returning troops already have jobs. Those in the military will continue their careers, and reservists should have their jobs waiting.
The law protects them. Their positions are being held for them. In fact, in most cases, the majority of cases, they're being paid their civilian salaries while serving in their present military capacity.
Derwinski also says that those who may choose to change jobs shouldn't have a problem.
And if they come back and look for a new position, they'll be highly employable because they're the most skilled people in the world.
Among those listening to the Secretary tonight, Vietnam vet Jim Valser, who doesn't like to think about his return.
When I came back, I remember protesters at the airport in California when I came back, and it's just hard to talk about. It's behind us now, and that's why I want to put it and keep it in that respect.
Derwinski says this homecoming will be different.
The laws are in place, the structure is in place to effectively serve every one of these young men and women.
Derwinski spoke to the Illinois Ethnic Consultation, and part of that group's concern was the high number of minorities called to duty in the Gulf. Derwinski dismissed the criticism. He said they are all volunteers, and in addition to the many personal benefits they've received in the past, there'll be more in the future, and they'll also be enjoying the respect and gratitude of the nation. Joel Marianne?
All right, thank you very much, Jim. Well, a Calumet City native is one of the last casualties of the Gulf War. He's a reservist, Army Sergeant Stanley Bartusiak. He was called up last month, and we now learn, is one of the 28 Americans killed in Monday's Scud missile attack on those barracks in Saudi Arabia. He was a tank mechanic who had been living in Romulus, Michigan. Tonight in Calumet City, Sergeant Bartusiak was honored in word and prayer. Bartusiak was married just 2 days after being notified he was being called up to go to the Middle East.
Still ahead tonight, Marlon Brando's son sentenced in the shooting death of his half-sister's boyfriend. And the owner of that...
people by simply beating them, so the beating marks are full on their bodies, Then they start to extract their nail fingers. They have cigarette burns, and then they start to more severe status where they start to cut arms or legs or ears. In some cases they extract the eyes, and the worst was like in the case of the girl we spoke about, they put an axe on the head and they cut it into 2 halves. And in few cases they also cut the genital areas. I'm aware of 2 cases in such a situation. They even don't bring them to the hospital. They take them and throw them immediately in front of their families' houses, in front of their mothers.
Doctor, the evidence that we're seeing right now, and of course what you were telling us is almost grotesque beyond words, but I wonder if you can also give us a sense of what the scope was in terms of numbers of people. We have heard such vastly differing numbers from your experience, from your own personal experience, and from what you have heard from others who actually saw this kind of evidence. Do you have any sense of how many people were held and treated like this?
Actually, I would say the numbers of executed people, tortured and then executed, wouldn't be more than hundreds. It's only hundreds. But those who were captured and tortured and then sent out or thrown to their families again, that would be more than thousands. That's definite.
Now, this is, I don't know whether you can even begin to answer this question, but in the light of what we have just seen and what you have been telling us, I find it difficult to believe that the Iraqis who are now being held are not the objects of some kind of revenge. What is the attitude of the people who are now holding, and I'm speaking now of the Kuwaitis who are now holding Iraqi prisoners of war?
I would be more specific about the feeling of Kuwaitis, actually. I can speak to you, for example, about the treatment we are giving to the POWs in the hospital, let's say, or we call them patients, actually. They are getting the maximum, best treatment we have. We can give it even to Kuwaitis or others. They are getting 3 meals, they are getting water, and they took showers even. At the time, you reporters don't have a shower even. The other POWs in the streets, all are being gathered as prisoners. I'm not aware of a single case brought tortured yet to the hospital in the past 3 or 4 days from the Iraqis. So yet I haven't seen... Yeah.
Let me interrupt you just for 1 second, because if the audience at home is seeing breakup on the picture from Kuwait City, I want you to understand the power, of course, is being generated by a portable generator there, and we are having some difficulties. It's not a problem that you're experiencing at home. It's just a problem in the signal from Kuwait City. Doctor, let me now move on to ask you about some of those who collaborated with the Iraqis. To what degree did either Kuwaitis or some of the other nationalities who were residents in Kuwait during the war, to what degree did they collaborate with the Iraqi authorities?
There were very few people who collaborated with the Iraqis, but there were Kuwaitis, there were non-Kuwaitis. I wouldn't specify.
What about the health conditions and what is likely to happen because you don't have running water, because you don't have electricity? What do you estimate is going to be the immediate danger in terms of the population in Kuwait City and throughout the rest of Kuwait, for that matter?
For the population of Kuwait present at the time being in Kuwait, and at this point of time, actually, we'll run into some problems with water because of some sterilization and steam and evaporation. But I think we have this problem only for the last couple of days only. But they are bringing water tanks and everything, and I think we'll have no problem with that in the coming 24 or 48 hours to survive at least in a good shape. I wouldn't say normally, but in a good shape, an acceptable health and good shape.
All right, Doctor, thank you very much for joining us. Forrest Sawyer, again, thank you for being with us this morning. Tonight, back in the States, we will look, when we come back, at the battlefield as hostilities came to an end today. All of that in a moment. Officers will meet, as I mentioned earlier, with their Iraqi counterparts to go over the fine print. But out in the desert, ABC's John Lawrence reports on the human reaction as the soldiers who fought the war learned that their job would soon be over.
On the fourth and final day of the land battle, American soldiers from the 3rd Armored Division moved across the Iraqi desert, attacking a unit of the Republican Guards. It was no contest. Tactical air support allowed the Americans to stand off, out of range of the Iraqi tank guns, and pound them into submission. It is one of the reasons for the low number of casualties on the Allied side of the war. Some of the American soldiers in the war say they expected the Iraqis to put up a tougher fight. Those who did not run away were killed or captured. One GI said the 4-day battle against the Iraqis was less difficult than some of the peacetime training exercises they'd been through. Still, the ceasefire was welcomed. This morning, some of the troops from 3rd Brigade got the good news from ABC News correspondent Jim Wooten.
2 hours, this thing is over. In 2 hours, it's over? Who said that? President Bush. It's on the radio? No, man, 2 hours, it's over. In 2 hours, it's over. Yeah! Whoa! That's what I'm talking with us. I don't know if you can say that. That's all right. Do you have what's going on? It's the suspend military operations at 8 o'clock. What happened to the Republican Guard, if you know anything? I think you guys pretty well did the Republican Guard in yesterday. That's true. That's true. That's all right. That's all right. Hey, Mom, get the beer ready, because I'm coming home. Hey, did you know, in about 2 hours, this thing is over. All over.
Don't tell me no that is not true.
No, it's true.
Can't tell me. 2 hours, it's over. Come here, this is ABC over here.
Come here, you talk to us.
Well, that's great. If it's true. I don't want to get my hopes up. I've been dreaming too long. Oh, God.
After 4 days of fighting, there was time today to clean up, but not to relax, with Saddam Hussein still in power.
Ready to go home? We are you? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Ready to go home. Say again? Put the ammunition away. No, we ain't going to put it away. We're going to just have it on ready if we need it, just in case. We stand by. You never know what might come up. Sounds like you don't trust him. No, he ain't the most trustworthy guy in the world right now. Not with America anyway. He's lining him up again. They get a little mad, but we did what we had to do, did what we were told to do. You know, and if it come down to it, we'll go back out and do it again.
If you really want my opinion, I think we should totally eliminate his army. I mean, totally eliminate him. Because if he continues to have an army, then he continues to be a threat somewhere. And I don't want my children or grandchildren or great-grandchildren coming back to this region and fighting against Iraq again. That's how I feel. Y'all told me he had bad feet. Look at him. No, sir. How y'all doing? Fine. Isn't peace wonderful? It's great. Too bad he couldn't have come sooner. want those feet tomorrow. Oh, really? They hurt. Dr. Scholes. Let's square them away. Really? Company! Oh, Terrence Hunt.
And with the ceasefire, it was back to the more regular routine of Army life. But emotions were closer to the surface.
You are some of the finest soldiers I've ever served with in 17 years in the Army. You're all a great bunch of gentlemen, and I'm very happy that that we've come through. You think I'm kidding because of the way I treat you, I know, but I'm serious that we came through this thing all right. I want to take every one of you home, and we only lost one soldier yesterday.
one of the differences between here and Vietnam is the unit cohesiveness, that you do have a unit here rather than volunteers, yes, but you live together, kids go to school together, etc. Does that really make a difference in combat?
Yeah, there's another side to this war that you don't see. It's going on back where we live in Germany. Makes a hell of a lot of difference. The other part of it is we have been together. This is a mature brigade. We've been together as a brigade pretty much consistently since I took command summer before last, about 16, 17 months ago. The same key people.
With the end of the war and the beginning of the peace, American and Allied troops can now start giving the desert back to those who live here and think about going home themselves. John Lawrence for Nightline, Tehran.
It has been one of the bizarre aspects of this war that even as we have been covering it from the coalition side, so too we have been able on an almost nightly basis to be in touch with ABC correspondent Bill Blakemore in the enemy's capital, in Baghdad. Bill Blakemore joins us again live from there tonight. And Bill, I guess I have to begin, as I do every evening with you, by asking you quite simply, what have you been able to hear, what have you been able to learn in Baghdad, because obviously it is very limited.
Well, actually, we've had remarkable access to wander around the capital throughout the last 3 weeks. And yesterday for us, the first day of the ceasefire, we wandered through a number of neighborhoods and found an enormous sense of relief in everybody we talked to. However, there had not yet been any kind of reports, even on Voice of America or BBC, about what Iraqi casualties might be. I suspect that with the day that's beginning here now, the second day of the ceasefire, those reports which we've begun to hear on the BBC this morning will begin to filter through the population here, and people will be doing more reassessing of just how serious Iraqi casualties might be.
Perhaps more importantly, Bill, than reports of casualties, is whether indeed there has been any public concession by the Iraqi authorities that this is a war that they have lost. Because I must tell you, we're beginning to hear reports coming out of Iraq that there's still sort of belligerent chest-beating kind of talk coming out of there. Which are you hearing?
Oh, well, we have the few official announcements which have been made have in no sense talked about being defeated. They've been talking about the opposite. They say that Iraq was victorious, that in fact on the last day of battle, according to one of the official announcements yesterday, Iraq had given the Allies such a beating that that had caused them to decide they should stop fighting. In fact, this is a line that's not exactly new, because they've been saying it from the beginning of the war, and many Iraqis we've talked to as well said it was one country holding out against 28. We knew that ultimately, militarily, it wouldn't be viable, but it was heroic for that reason to make a point. That's in general what we're hearing, certainly from the official line and from some of the Iraqis we've talked to.
But it would be accurate to say that by no stretch of the imagination is there a feeling that there was anything approaching an unconditional surrender.
That's right. I mean, well, what they're saying is they did not surrender because Saddam Hussein had started talking about offering to pull out 10 days ago. The logic in terms of public relations, as it was presented here, was we've offered to pull out, it was rejected by America, but now we're going to do it anyway. However, people here listen to the radio broadcasts from many countries. There are no illusions here about what the general military situation was, and people know that they now have a period of reassessment. In fact, walking around some of the neighborhoods yesterday, it was not possible to tell what the real political feelings of some of the older people, some of the adults might be. That's something for the coming days, I suspect, as more realities begin to sink in.
Bill, one last question, and that is, it has been a fact of life for you and all the others reporting from Iraq that whenever you report live, there has been an official, usually from the Ministry of Information there. Is that still the case?
Yes, it is. Indeed, it is.
And to what degree has there ever been any kind of interference, or perhaps after the case, a suggestion that they wish you'd said something a little bit different? And again, I realize even by putting that question to you right now, it may be difficult for you to respond.
Right. Well, in fact, I can only speak for myself, but it isn't difficult for me to respond. Oddly enough, from the beginning of the time I came in here, about 3 weeks ago, I've never had anything like that. There was a very clear understanding from the beginning that they didn't want us to talk about anything that might have military strategic significance. And there's never been any complaint about anything I've said otherwise, because I just made sure that I didn't say anything that might strike me as being militarily strategic. So, in fact, we've had a very, I would call it an easygoing relationship, because that was clear. In fact, some of the people who have been working for the Ministry of Information in their normal jobs are journalists, and so to a certain degree there was a professional common language among us.
All right, Bill Blakemore, thank you very much again. When we come back, I'll report on burning oil wells in Kuwait and how that forced us to abort a helicopter mission today into Kuwait City. Each bearing what was until a few days ago a rallying cry and is now a promise fulfilled. The afternoon is balmy and bright. We're aboard a Royal Saudi Air Force helicopter bound for Kuwait City. We head north up the west coast of the Persian Gulf toward the Saudi-Kuwaiti border. While we are still more than 100 miles from the border, we see the first black slicks of oil coagulating along the coastline. Streaks at first, black lines in the turquoise water. Then thick fingers of oil pushed toward inlets by the tide. This is one continuing catastrophe of war unaffected by ceasefire announcements. The further north we fly, the wider and heavier the oil slicks become, until in places there is only a shining, iridescent blanket reflecting the afternoon sun. The day seems to change, the sky turning from blue to gray. A veil of smoke and oily soot is being pushed by a 20-knot headwind from north to south across the sun. The further north we fly, the darker it gets. Without radar, helicopter pilots are under orders not to fly when they have less than 2 to 3 miles visibility. Some 20 miles south of the Kuwaiti border, it's as though we've flown into a fog bank. Visibility is down to 500 meters. The pilot makes an emergency landing at an Aramco installation. The sun, as you can see, is still high in the sky. It is late afternoon, but we are more than an hour and a half from sunset. Still, our helicopter mission into Kuwait City has been aborted because the visibility, because of smoke fires, oil fires that are blowing into Saudi Arabia from Kuwait, that visibility is so bad that the pilot feels it is unsafe to continue. There is a radio tower just about 500 meters behind me. You cannot see it because of the impenetrability of the smoke. The oil fires from burning wellheads inside Kuwait are so thoroughly screening the sun that the temperature has dropped a good 15 degrees. Drivers have turned on their headlights. It's beginning to look like night, although it's only 4:30 in the afternoon. By 5, more than half an hour before sunset, it is chilly along the Saudi-Kuwaiti border, and it is dark. When we come back, we'll be joined by the science advisor to King Hussein of Jordan, a man who first warned about what the environmental impact of this war could be.
Continent. But again, I must emphasize that it's still the first 10 days. If the fires continue for about a month or two, then we will really be talking about disaster, because everything is accumulative over here.
Now, we experienced ourselves today the temperature dropping. Indeed, it is a very chilly morning here in Riyadh, even though we're about 250 miles south from the closest of those oil fires, I would think. And I'm not sure if the audience can see it behind me, but the sky is sort of streaked with gray, and that too is evidence of some of the smoke that is winding its way down into Saudi Arabia now. What is going to happen beyond the cooling effect, and what will simply the impenetrability of that smoke mean in terms of rainfall for the region?
Yes, sir. Well, to start with, there's a lot of chemicals that are emitted with the burning. The most important parts of them is the sulfur dioxide, the nitrogen oxides. These, if they combine with any water droplets, will come down as acid rain. And acid rain will certainly ruin the vegetation and the soil of the region. So first of all, you have there you've got the, sorry.
Forgive me for interrupting you. We're down to about our last 30 or 40 seconds. What is the impact of the falling temperatures going to have on this region?
Oh, okay, sir. Well, obviously, the falling temperatures there will also devastate the agricultural produce or livestock and might cause famine and reduce all that in the region. And if it goes down to the Indian subcontinent as well, and if it moves along, it can perturb the monsoon rains, the seasons, because of the variation of temperatures between the continents and the ocean. And there we have hundreds of millions of lives depending on it.
Dr. Tukin, I'm sure that we're going to be talking about this subject with you and with other specialists over the course of the next few months. I thank you very much for joining us this evening. I'll be back with a final note after this.
What can a Pitney Bowes mailing system do about rising postal rates? Watch this. Seen enough.
ABC News will continue to monitor events as the opposing armies in the Gulf cease hostilities and the nations involved begin to broker the peace. For a complete wrap-up of the day's events, we hope you'll watch World News Tonight with Peter Jennings, and I'll be here in the Gulf for tomorrow night's Nightline, that is. That's our report for tonight. I'm Ted Coughlin in Saudi Arabia. For all of us here,
Hussein. We want to stay here because we hate the war, and we want peace, and we hate Arabians. We hate the President Saddam.
Their captors say they'll hold the Iraqis hostage until Saddam returns the Kuwaitis who've been abducted. They don't believe they're in a...
Because they are behind bars now. Get them out of there, and you'll see. They are murderers, I told you.
In a morgue at the Al Sabah hospital, we saw graphic evidence of the Iraqis' campaign of violence. The bodies of Kuwaitis who'd been grotesquely tortured and then executed. Some shot dozens of times. These men had come in search of a missing brother.
The scenes inside this one morgue give only the slightest insight into the slaughter of the last 7 months. Everywhere we go, we've been hearing stories of executions, of torture, of maiming. Nobody knows the exact number, but it seems likely that thousands upon thousands of Kuwaitis have died before this town was finally liberated.
Now some of the perpetrators themselves also lay dead in Kuwait City. We came across an Iraqi secret police general who'd been killed when his car crashed into his own vehicles in the panic to retreat. Jeremy Thompson, ITN in Kuwait City.
U.S. and British commandos helicoptered in to retake their embassies in Kuwait City. U.S. soldiers scoured the inside and out of the U.S. mission, checking for booby traps and lurking Iraqis. But the only explosives were the plastic charges they used to blast open locked doors. The U.S. ambassador is expected to arrive Friday. Down the road at the British mission, the British ambassador won the diplomatic race of Kuwait. The British officials say it demonstrates their commitment to helping rebuild the shattered nation.
A Kuwaiti nurse says that she killed about 20 wounded Iraqi soldiers by lethal injection. The woman says that she was a volunteer nurse at a Kuwaiti hospital. Crowds of Iraqi soldiers were brought in for treatment during the occupation. A reporter asked her what she did to wounded Iraqi soldiers.
I gave them injection. Kill them.
To kill them?
Yes.
Did you kill it?
Yes. Maybe it's not to the hospital. I have to tell them to the hospital.
How did you do it?
With injection. If they come to check us, I have the injection rifle knife. I just take the needle out. If he wants to check I go down and give him injection. If he wants to check down, I go anywhere. Even in his neck, anywhere. And he's screaming. He's injured. He's screaming. He doesn't know from anything.
She says the Iraqi soldiers had been wounded in fights with Kuwaiti resistance fighters.
When our coverage continues, the people of Baghdad get post-war news that is vastly different than what much of the rest of the world is hearing. from the state-run Iraqi media. That radio says it's forced to punch the hole in the American superiority. Iraqi military says the ceasefire was actually forced on the Allies by Iraq. There have also been celebrations in the Jordanian capital of Amman. Many people in the city convinced the Allied forces agreed to a ceasefire after suffering a defeat at the hands of Iraqi soldiers. Even though Jordan has been a staunch supporter of Iraq, Jordanian officials strongly deny Allied claims that it supplied weapons to Iraq.
And the Israelis are breathing a little easier now that the fighting has stopped. Israel hasn't let down its guard completely. And as CNN's Linda Scherzer reports, the Jewish state may never do that.
Israelis with bright faces had more to celebrate than just the holiday of Purim. For the first time in 6 weeks, they could breathe again. Civil defense gave the green light to unseal rooms and leave gas masks at home. But amidst the joy, some wonder if the threat has really passed.
I hope that our problem in Israel about the scars, it will be the end of it. I don't know. Do you know? Not even the military knows for sure that the threat of another Scud attack is over, which is why the army is staying on high alert. But officials want life to return to normal and trust the U.S. and its allies will strip Iraq of its weapons of mass destruction.
We have to make sure that there are no missiles in Iraq's future. And that means dismantling the launchers, destroying the missile stocks, chemical facilities, biological and nuclear facilities.
But what of Saddam Hussein? A man the Israelis would like to see dead. With a third of his army destroyed, officials now say he poses much less of a threat to the region.
What exactly constitutes today when he does not have military machine and when he's a beaten man remains to be seen.
So now the focus may shift to the Palestinians, to what many hope will be a regional peace settlement which includes them. Local Palestinians say the U.S. is about to be put to the test.
If the United States is willing to show at least a fraction of the zeal that it has shown with respect to Iraq when it comes to our problem, I think we may see the beginning of a golden age.
But problems remain. Israel refuses to talk to the PLO, and local Palestinian leaders are refusing to talk to Secretary of State James Baker, who's planning to visit Israel at the end of next week.
The Palestinians do not meet with American officials because of the suspension of the dialogue between the PLO and the U.S. administration.
The question also remains after 17 Scud attacks, are Israelis prepared to talk at all about territorial compromise? What they do seem ready for is a lot of international pressure to make concessions on the West Bank and Gaza Strip.
And now they want us to give it up, and I don't think it will be easy.
Indeed, on the very day that peace broke out, a reminder that in this part of the Middle East, the war goes on. A young Israeli student was brutally murdered, allegedly by an Arab. A sad but strong reminder that this conflict may defy a quick solution. Linda Scherzer, CNN, Jerusalem.
And coming up, the last major battle of the Gulf becomes a helicopter turkey shoot, fleeing Iraqi tanks.
Sadly, many of those now chasing it, including our own country, had encouraged his swagger in the first place. I'm Bill Moyers.
New reports and new information, a statement a few minutes ago from Baghdad radio was attributed to the Foreign Minister Tariq Aziz. He is complaining that he says that despite the ceasefire, there's been an American build-up in parts of southern Iraq. He said specifically the build-up has taken place between Nasiriyah and Samawa. These are two cities on the Euphrates River. We got the impression that the Allies had moved up to that area early on in the Ground War. These are being described as provocative actions by the foreign minister. He says they are not complying with the ceasefire, these moves. He said the Iraqi government learned only this morning about what was going on. He said they're aggressive forces. He said their existence is greater now than before the ceasefire, and he described these as being provocative actions. So it looks as though the Iraqis are becoming concerned about the American allied forces
southern Iraq. This is the first time they have acknowledged that actually these Allied forces moved into a large part of the southern area of Iraq. Otherwise, the agreement is holding fast in Baghdad. The skies are quiet for the second day in a row. In fact, in the city of Baghdad, people are trying to rebuild, as Christian Amanpour of CNN discovered when she toured the city this morning, Raid.
The sound of bombing gives way to the sound of banging.
It takes 2 weeks to rebuild.
But it'll take a lot longer to rebuild this area. These few houses that were hit 3 weeks ago were razed to the ground. Most of the inhabitants haven't returned yet. Those who have say they lost everything. This man says there's nothing left but the clothes he's wearing.
I'm waiting for our
Drainage system is backed up. Sewage starting to spew into the streets. The mayor of Baghdad says all private and public services have ground to a halt and warns of basic rebuilding blocks. Officials say this cement factory used to produce a third of Iraq's total output. They say it'll be at least a year before production starts up again. Finding the means to rebuild may be difficult. Already billions of dollars in debt. Some of Iraq's future oil profits may have to go towards rebuilding Kuwait. And the Allies have indicated that some of the economic sanctions will remain in force as long as Saddam Hussein remains in power. Christiane Amanpour, CNN, Baghdad.
The local newspapers are still saying that the Iraqi military the Allied forces stand still, so the full dimensions of the Kuwaiti southern Iraq actions are still to be learned here in Baghdad, Reed.
Peter, do you see any soldiers coming back from the front? Have you been able to talk to any?
Interestingly, there have been quite a lot of soldiers coming back from the front in various vehicles of one kind or another. We've seen this for the past 3 days. We are not permitted to photograph these soldiers or to talk with them. But increasing numbers are appearing, and officials tell us they are from the Kuwaiti area.
No parades, no confetti?
No parades, no confetti, just a relief on the faces of these soldiers as they think they're back home, Reed.
Can you describe them for me? How do they look? Defeated? Ebullient? How?
I guess I would not be permitted to go into too much. They are wearing the battle gear from the front. They've got helmets with the cotton wool pads hanging down from the helmets, I guess, to help protect against the bombing. But otherwise, they just seem relieved to be back here, Reed.
Well, thank you, Peter. We have this reminder, as usual, the Iraqi government monitors all of Peter's reports, limits the people, places, facts available to him, and as we just saw, limits exactly what he can even describe he saw. And now this.
In the morning. There might be a little bit of concern at home, and so I can't point to any specific information that we have, but if you look at the formula for internal unrest, all the ingredients are there.
Sununu also said it is a 97% chance that President Bush today will have a news conference, talk to reporters for the first time since he declared a tentative ceasefire in the Gulf War. Mary Tillotson, CNN Live at the White House.
A reminder that we are once again standing by awaiting a French military briefing out of Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, which we will bring to you live as soon as we get it. In a moment, a high-tech family reunion. A father in Kuwait talks with his wife and children in the United States when our coverage continues.
Anisa Al-Kandari and her 3 sons, Bader, Mohammed, and Faisal, who range in age from 4 to 9 years old, fled their home in Kuwait, eventually reached the United States. Mrs. Al-Kandari, when was the last time you saw your husband, Abdullah?
That was, September 14th.
It was September, and he was where, and where were you?
Well, I left with the American embassy at that time, and he was in Kuwait when I left.
You left the American embassy in Baghdad and got out, I gather.
Yeah.
How difficult has this separation been then on you and the family we see there?
Oh, it's very difficult. You won't believe the things that we went through, especially, when we were there, by ourselves in Kuwait for, like 18 months because my husband was in Germany. And then, when he came, to Kuwait, And he decided, that, for me and for the children to leave Kuwait. It was very difficult, to leave, even though I didn't want to leave, but I had, to do it because of my children.
All right, Abdullah Al-Kandari, who is in Kuwait, your family is in our Washington studio. Mr. Kandari, do you hear us?
Yeah, I hear you.
Say hello.
Yeah, hi. Hello. Hi, Anissa.
Hello, Abdullah.
How are you, babe? Hello, how are you, babe?
How are you doing?
I'm fine. How's everything?
I can't believe it. I'm seeing you again.
I have seen... Okay, everybody's okay here. Tell Fawzia, everybody's okay here too.
Okay, great.
All the family, they are fine.
What about
all the family are fine.
What about my parents?
All of them, they are all fine. Everybody.
My sister, my brothers, everybody's fine?
Yeah, everybody.
Oh, great.
Tell Bufaisal everybody's fine.
Oh, Bufaisal is going to come to Kuwait. He's going to be in Kuwait because he left with the Kuwaitis volunteer. So he's going to be after 3 days. Yeah, he's going to be in Kuwait. You're going to see him in Kuwait. He's
okay, I will wait for him.
Yeah.
Okay, you stay there until I come and pick you up, okay?
You sure you're coming?
Yeah, I will try to come as soon as possible.
Okay, because I'm waiting for you. I'm really waiting for you.
Okay.
Mr. Al-Kandari, I don't want to interrupt the reunion, but tell me, how is the house, sir?
Our house?
Yes.
Yeah, it's in a good shape, but, our neighborhood is completely, raped and pillaged. You won't believe it, even.
How long may it take to get life back together once you gather your family with you again, you suppose?
Well, it will take a couple of months to take the main things, which is electricity and water. It takes a couple of months, at least.
But you have a house?
Like it used to be.
You have a house?
Yeah, I do have a house.
And you have a car?
Yeah. They took my car anyhow. I have another car.
Yeah, because he told me he took.
All right, let's go to Mohammed. You're the oldest here, representing the male side of the family. Do you want to say hello to your dad personally, Mohammed?
Come on, Mohammed, talk to your dad. Whatever you want to say. Come on, talk. قول له شلونك بابا. قول له بابا شلونك. Come on, say hello to your dad. Come on, Badr, talk.
Hello, Mohammed.
He's talking to you. قول له شلونك.
Hello, Daddy.
قول له شلونك.
Hi.
Come on. Oh, what's that we're hearing?
Yeah, there's somebody's, is happy. She's firing in the air only.
Oh, okay. When do you think you're coming to the States?
Okay, maybe probably in a month and a half, when everything is cleared up. Okay?
Abdullah, how do you get out of there? How do you plan to travel? Through what means?
I have to go to Saudi Arabia, and then I have to fly from there to Dammam or Riyadh.
Are other people more fortunate than you or less fortunate? You seem to have things pretty well together.
Yeah, well, you see, the problem is, I have one of my brothers is being taken to Baghdad. So we are kind of happy and unhappy at the same time.
He was forcibly taken to Baghdad?
Yeah, last Friday.
Your brother?
Yeah, my brother Ahmed.
Oh, that's too bad. Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, we have some good news. They are in Saudi Arabia now.
Oh. And what about my brother? Everybody's
All
fine?
of them, they are. Yeah, everybody's fine.
All right,
all of them, they are okay.
I don't know what to say, but better go talk to your daddy.
Where's Better?
Better talk to your daddy.
Hello, Daddy.
Hi, Daddy. How are you, Better?
I'm fine.
Okay, good. How's the school?
I'm fine.
Okay, I love you, babe.
I love you too.
Okay. Say hello to everybody, okay? We love you too. I would like
All right, we've gotten the Al-Kandaris together. We thank them very much for putting up with the intrusiveness of CNN, but also we managed to help it get done. And we're glad for that. We hope very sincerely that your next meeting will be soon, in person, and happy.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
We now take you live to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for this morning's briefing by French military officials. I believe our briefer of today is Brigadier General Daniel Gazout.
Brigadier General Daniel Gazout, Deputy Commander for Ground Forces, French Joint Command, Saudi Arabia, will present a short briefing on the role of the French forces during the recent ground operation against Iraq. As you have all become quite familiar with the overall strategic scheme of maneuver, General Gazout will concentrate on the action involving the French Daguet Division and the American units which were placed under its operational control. General Gazout will entertain questions at the completion of his presentation. General Gazout.
Good afternoon. There is not yet a signature of the ceasefire, but I believe we can say that the war is nearly over. And it is time probably for the French forces to tell you what was the role of the French forces in this theater. You know what was the battle, and this chart is just here to show you what was the role of France. You know that the French forces were mainly divided in 4 parts. The HQ of the French forces here at Riyadh, the division Daguet close to the border. There was an Air Force base at El Assa, and there was a port at Yanbu for logistic matters. And between Yanbu and El Assa and the divisions, of course, some logistic depots. Just after the D-Day, the French division was in this area, and 3 days after the D-Day, the French division had to move very discreetly, and this was the reason why it was not possible to tell the journalists where we were. As discreetly as possible, we were charged to cover the move of the coalition forces in this area, in the Rafah area. And it was useful for the 18 Corps, which made his move some days after the French forces at that time being in this area. And the French forces had to stay, the French division had to stay about 3 weeks, not far from the border, at about 10 kilometers from the border, from the Iraqi borders. And then we go on this map, just before the G-Day. This was a disposition of the Division Daguet. You remember that the Division Daguet, the strength was about 13,000 soldiers, of which 4,000 US soldiers, because the French division was under operational control of the 18 Corps, and under the operational control of the Division Daguet, there was 1 artillery brigade, US artillery brigade, and 1 airborne brigade from the 82nd Division, airborne. You see some symbols of the different regiments of the division. 2 helicopter regiments on each side. We had 3 armored regiments. There's one being wheeled tanks and with tracks. 2 mechanized or infantry with wheels regiments. 1 engineer regiment and 1 artillery regiment, and special forces here. Just before G-Day, the day before, we had to accomplish some reconnaissance missions to know what was on the other side of the border. And on the G-Day, 24th of this month, we started. Some units, of course, were already on the other side of the border. And the main role of the division has been to clear this supply road up to As Salman. This supply road was cleared to be used after that by the 18 Corps for its logistics moves, and after that to the east, toward the east. And therefore the objective of the division has been to take As Salman, the airport of As Salman, and the first objective to attain this area, to reach this area, was what we call Rochambeau. This mission has been accomplished in about 36 hours on two axes, half the division on this axis and the other one on the Texas road, with the airborne brigade in charge of clearing the axis after the first echelon. And it was not difficult here. This part of the division arrived very, very quickly in this area and was obliged to stop here at the first night to be sure that if there was something difficult here, they could help the other part of the division. And in fact, it was not so difficult. Of course, there was some resistance because for the enemy forces, we had approximately one division, infantry division, but normally a division is made of 3 brigades. And in fact, there was approximately a brigade here, another one here, and the other brigade, I would say, flew before we arrived in the area. And therefore, we had a small division in front of us. And when we arrived very quickly, just firing a little, we had a lot of prisoners. A lot, that means not far from 3,000 prisoners. And we had, again, some difficulties arriving here, but everywhere the enemy forces surrendered very quickly. And I think that's all what can I say, and now I am ready to answer your questions.
General, from that map, do I understand that you went on further than As Salman?
No, this is because we were charged to cover all the forces toward west Baghdad and northwest. And in fact, arriving at As Salman, it was possible to cover, I would say, up to the Euphrates River. But in fact, because the combat stopped quicker than we thought, we stopped at As Salman, and we had just some forces just above As Salman, but not far from As Salman.
Basically, at As Salman and just beyond that.
And a little further, yes.
Was there any attempt by the Iraqis to come in on that flank? Did anybody arrive from the
west? During the second night, we had some information about one division or maybe 2 brigades moving, but not very close to about here. And we were ready to fight against this division, but they did not arrive.
And another question, General. Was there much of an Iraqi presence at Salman when you arrived?
Yes, but most of the population was away, and there were just some soldiers. They flew just before we arrived.
Well, sir, 2 questions. One, I'd like to know about French casualties, and also, what did you do with the 3,000 prisoners? And speaking of the casualties, could you tell us about the American casualties that occurred in you said it was a minefield, but we're told it was a cluster bomb that caused the...
No, I have no detail about these casualties. I can tell you only that the French forces had 2 killed in action, and the U.S. under control had 7 killed in action.
What about the prisoners? What did you do with the 3,000 prisoners?
Yes, we had a transit camp close to Rafah, and because we have an agreement with the U.S. forces, it was planned, before the starting, it was planned to transfer our prisoners from the French camp to the U.S. camp. According to the Geneva Conventions, as soon as we have prisoners, they were prisoners from France, and they were registered as French prisoners. But we transfer them to the U.S. camp, and they are still with an ID, a French ID, I would say. And now we have transferred most of them. We have just, this camp was planned to have not more than 500 prisoners. And in fact, the first day it has been very difficult because we had more, but because we were very close to the U.S. camp, they helped us a lot, and it was not too difficult because we were together.
Did you have weather problems during this? Did you have sandstorms or rain during this operation?
The first night it has been very difficult because we had some sandstorm, yes. And the sandstorm was for the other side as well, but it has been difficult for that, and mainly for the helicopters.
Before this war started, there were a lot of doubts, a lot of suspicions even perhaps, about the prospect of the French cooperating with the Americans in this kind of joint operation. There were similar doubts among the British. Now you've completed the campaign, and it appears to have been a successful campaign. Was it a successful collaboration? And how do you feel about the prospect of similar military collaboration in the future?
I can't talk about the future, I don't know. But I can tell you that it has a very good collaboration. We had a lot of liaison detachments. We had a US liaison officer with us at the HQ here, and everywhere in all units we had liaison officers. And because they have been in the same area for about 3 weeks, something like that, they knew very well each other, and I can tell you that the French and the Americans have been very happy to work together, and I think I can say that it has been very successful, yes.
How long are the French going to stay in Iraq?
I don't know. It's probably in a few days we know, but we are ready to make any move if necessary. At the moment we are still in this area, and we are waiting for further orders. I don't know.
General.
For hours, it seems like all the ammunition they might have in this country is being expended tonight in the streets in celebration. But about 20 miles away, there is no celebration, there is only death. You know, we have seen much of this war through the bomb sights of gun cameras, and the horrors of this scene are now starting to be seen on the ground. This is a scene about 20 miles north of Kuwait City as the Iraqis were attempting to withdraw with their tanks, something President Bush said that was not going to be allowed to happen. They were caught in a pincher move by U.S. and Allied forces that stopped them on the road, and then they were hit by airstrikes, airstrikes that must have lit up the sky and rocked the earth. And the entire highway, which was jammed with these vehicles, as the Iraqi soldiers tried to get out of this city with everything they had looted from the city. Many of the cars had several television sets in it, jewelry and other things. And airstrikes came through, wiped out the tanks, wiped out the trucks, wiped out the private cars. There were even fire engines and ambulances that had been taken out of the city. One U.S. Army captain who witnessed what happened talked about watching the airstrikes come in on this column.
It's absolute chaos. This is ridiculous. The vehicles that you see out here that are civilian vehicles are obviously all stolen from the Kuwaitis or taken from them. You look in the back of them, the kind of stuff that's in the back of the vehicles, yeah, there's military gear and there's rifles and weapons and caches, but it looked like they looted the city. It looks like they just stole things and put them all in the vehicles. You know, I don't know why they would be having things like this in the back of their vehicles other than that they took them from people.
There were also people who told us of homes that had been taken over by the Iraqi soldiers that had 20 or 30 television sets each in them, all wrapped in blankets, things they decided to leave behind. There were many civilian people dressed in civilian clothes, at least, in these vehicles. It is not clear whether these were Kuwaitis or Iraqis. Many of the Iraqi soldiers took off their uniforms, put on civilian clothes, and got in the vehicles and headed north towards Iraq. So if there were any Kuwaitis in there, there's going to have to be an investigation by the Kuwaiti government to determine how many were indeed civilians or whether they were all Iraqi soldiers, some in uniform, some out of uniform. Here in the city, there are many shortages. There is no electricity, there is no water, there is no public transportation. Those with cars only have the fuel in them until today. The government today opened up gas stations around the country and provided 30 liters of free fuel to everyone who pulled up.
and the lines were long. They were several kilometers long. People waited in line very patiently all day long to get 30 liters of fuel for their car. They may be expending it tonight as they're driving around in celebration in the city. There are shortages of a lot of things. Some places are getting water for maybe an hour a day. There is no electricity. Everything is being provided by generator, but they say that should change sometime in the next 48, maybe 72 hours when they start putting the grid back together. It may take longer than that to get the water supply back. We are told in some areas of the city telephone service has been restored, but only within Kuwait, so people cannot make international calls out of here. Many people who are standing behind me right now have been trying to get word that they are okay to their family members, many who have fled either to Saudi Arabia or to the United States. So while people are worried and concerned about their loved ones in here, other people that are here are concerned that they can get the message out that they are okay and that everything is fine. So it's going to take a little while to put these services back in order, but once they do these long-awaited reunions of families, telling their loved ones that they are okay and they have made it through alive, will take place. I'm Tommy Tier, CNN, reporting live from Kuwait City.
Tom, I saw a report earlier that said all 950 of the oil-producing wells in Kuwait have either been set on fire or damaged by the Iraqi soldiers or by the Allied bombing. Have you been able to talk to anybody in the government there to see what that will do to the time frame to getting their oil-producing capabilities back up to speed?
There's been no estimate about how long that is going to take. It's possible that many of these wellheads were mined in the areas around them. They're probably in the process of clearing those mines out right now before they can go in and start taking any action against these fires. Yesterday, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the sky turned absolutely black when that smoke came into the city. There was no smoke in the city today. The wind was in a different direction and it blew into Iraq. But when that smoke comes into the city, it turns the day into night. You can't see 5 feet in front of you. It's like nothing you've ever seen before in your life. Yesterday, there was a thunderstorm, and it rained. Last night when I washed my hair, the sink was black. So that tells you a little bit about what the rain does when it goes through that smoke. The people here are very, very concerned about their health by this black rain that they've been getting every time it rains here with the smoke coming over. So it's a very, very difficult and potentially dangerous situation.
You know, Tom, has any of the cleanup started? You showed us some pictures of all the devastation. Are people starting to clean up? Is there some effort being made for that?
There is some of it. You know, the Iraqis closed off highways and they put pillboxes on overtime. So they're working on it.
Okay, Tom here from Kuwait City. Thanks very much.
President Bush is about to address a gathering of state lawmakers at the old executive office.
Don't respond to people who have that point of view.
I say good for the cynics, and thank God the rest of America is not that way. We stood up for what we believed in, and that's what you hear from the American public, and I'm proud of them for that.
Now, do you think that this is going to be an ongoing arrangement between the United States and these countries in here, because alliances in this part of the world have a way of shifting within a few years or sometimes within a few months. There seems to have been a new order forged with President Bush's alliance with the multinational cooperation. What does it take to make that last? Many people say, for example, if there's no Palestinian settlement, the whole coalition is going to go away and a sudden Arab and Gulf state friendship will evaporate. Is that your feeling?
No, I think that you have to look upon the world as more dynamic than that. I mean, a crisis came, the international community responded, it developed a coalition, as you call it, which worked remarkably well and did the job that it said it was going to do from the beginning. There are other problems to face. Some of them are right here in Kuwait, just trying to rebuild this devastated land. Another one is the Palestinian question. There are many others. I think the world now seems seized to try to solve problems. And I think that's probably one of the outcomes of this particular crisis.
So you don't necessarily believe that if there is no immediate move toward a solution to the Palestinian question, that the newfound friendship, strong friendship for the United States among a lot of these countries is going to start to flake around the edges?
Look, I believe the relationship we have with these countries is very complicated and multifaceted. It's much more than one issue. That's an issue that they're emotional about, and that's an issue we have strong feelings about. And many others similar. So I don't see this as a great major difficulty.
Do you see anything coming out of a ceasefire, if Saddam Hussein remains, that could guarantee that this wouldn't happen again to Kuwait? Because these people have said A couple of Kuwaitis today said to me, look, we're much like Panama, which the U.S. invaded in '89. We're a small country, our business is business, and we're not a large military power. Do you think there's a chance that some sort of security for this tiny state could be guaranteed?
Well, guaranteed is an awfully big word. I think, indeed, there are arrangements that can be made to greatly strengthen Kuwait's security. And they are a part of the GCC, the Gulf Cooperation Council. They've got strong relationships with their neighbor, Saudi Arabia, and I think they will find a way. And we will be prepared to be a partner in that.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. It's a pleasure seeing you.
Nice talking to you.
Ambassador Edward Ghanneen here to reopen the U.S. Embassy. As he said, the U.S. Embassy is, for all intents and purposes, open for business after 7 months of Iraqi occupation, and now in Kuwait City. We'll see what the future holds for the relationship between the U.S. and Kuwait, and indeed the rest of the Gulf states. Charles Jaco, CNN, reporting live from Kuwait City.
It is not all quiet, not always out on the desert front. We'll have more when we continue. Two U.S. doctors have been killed. With more, CNN's Gene Randall in the Pentagon. Gene?
Reed, as you mentioned, the ceasefire is said to be holding, but the battlefield is, in fact, still a dangerous place. In Riyadh this morning, General Richard Neal from the Marines described the latest evidence of that.
The two doctors and the driver saw some Iraqis that were apparently surrendering, and in an attempt to get over there, they hit a mine, killing one of the doctors, and when the second one got out of the vehicle, they hit another mine also, stepped on a mine, and so we suffered 2 KIAs at that time and 1 WIA. Again, it's a very, very dangerous battlefield.
Meanwhile, one of the pressing issues for the U.S.-led coalition is the release of POWs held by Iraq. Defense Secretary Dick Cheney talked about that this morning on CNN. Will we give the Iraqis a deadline for releasing the POWs they hold?
I would expect that will be one of the subjects that will be discussed at that meeting.
And if they resist that kind of demand?
Well, right now we hold a significant portion of Iraq. We have the ability to resume hostilities at a moment's notice if the President gives the word for us to do so. I don't have any reason to believe, though, that they will do anything other than comply. We have, in effect, destroyed most of the Iraqi army. We have taken out most of the infrastructure. The lights are out in Baghdad. They'll stay out until we get satisfaction on those basic...
Well, what kind of a deadline are we likely to set on the POW question?
I would think it would be a matter of days. But again, we'll have to see what comes out of the meeting with the commanders on the field.
We may hear more about the timing of that battlefield meeting when President Bush holds his news conference at the White House about 25 minutes from now. Gene Randall, CNN Live at the Pentagon.
The Allied government say they cannot confirm a French newspaper report that Saddam Hussein is seeking asylum in Algeria. But the newspaper Le Monde says some aides are urging Mr. Hussein to hold on to his power. A senior military source in Riyadh says Iraqis have demonstrated in 2 towns outside Baghdad, and U.S. officials are wondering out loud if Saddam Hussein will remain in power to rebuild the nation after a punishing defeat. For more on the task of piecing Baghdad back together, here's CNN's Christy Allen in 4.
The sound of bombing has given way to the sound of banging.
It takes 2 weeks to rebuild.
But it'll take a lot longer to rebuild this area. These few houses that were hit 3 weeks ago were razed to the ground. Most of the inhabitants haven't returned yet. Those who have say they lost everything. This man says he has nothing left but the clothes he's wearing. The drainage system is backed up and sewage is starting to spew into the streets. The mayor of Baghdad says all private and public services have ground to a halt and warned the basic rebuilding blocks. Officials say this cement factory used to produce 1/3 of Iraq's total output. They say it'll be at least a year before production starts up again. Finding the means to rebuild may be difficult. Already billions of dollars in debt, some of Iraq's future oil profits may have to go towards rebuilding Kuwait. And the Allies have indicated that some of the economic sanctions will remain in force as long as Saddam Hussein remains in power.
By the people of Kuwait we'll get to in a moment. But first we've got a tale of what must have been absolute horror for some retreating Iraqi troops near Kuwait City, fleeing, trying to get out of town. They got stuck and were essentially cut to pieces by Allied air power. Correspondent Greg Lamont has the story brought from the killing fields of Kuwait.
A traffic jam to hell. That's what thousands of Iraqi soldiers found themselves in when they began fleeing Kuwait City.
The carnage here is just something beyond belief. You have to come down here and see for yourself, because you wouldn't believe the destruction that air supremacy can do to anything out here. It's just virtually amazing.
When given the order to get out of Kuwait, Iraqi soldiers went on a looting spree, stealing any and everything they could get their hands on. They even stole police cars and fire engines, along with civilian cars trying to get out of town. But when they began driving, they found themselves trapped. The highway turned into a bloody killing field. Cars, trucks, tanks were trying their best to get out of Kuwait. They couldn't. They were choked off. Allied pilots described their mission like shooting fish in a barrel. What ensued was massive destruction and death.
Absolute total devastation. Obviously, they got cut off 2-3 kilometers up the road trying to escape, the Army trying to escape, and it all just backed up, bumper-to-bumper traffic. And the Air Force probably came in and just blew the hell out of it, just shot it all up.
Along the highway of death, thousands of helmets, burned out tanks, grenades, rocket grenades, civilian and military vehicles charred almost beyond recognition, a soldier's shaving kit, an Iraqi secret police report on Kuwaitis. The devastation entailed miles of highway, with bodies or body parts visible almost everywhere.
I mean, have you ever seen anything like this in your life?
No, but I remember, that's for sure. The destruction was so complete, it appeared the Iraqis never stood a chance of surviving. It was almost like Custer's last stand. They were stuck in traffic during a rainstorm of bombs. And while the scenes of death are etched in the minds of those who saw it, there is little compassion for those who were killed.
They didn't come here to obtain Kuwait. They came here to loot it and go back to Iraq. And that was their sole mission. They're not fighters. They're just looters.
Some have called the war antiseptic. Not this time. Greg Lamont, CNN, just 15 miles from the Iraqi border.
Now, on the part of most of the people of Kuwait, and certainly all of the people of Kuwait we've talked to, there's very little, if any, sympathy for those Iraqi soldiers. And one reason are the number of atrocities that were committed against Kuwaiti civilians. Now, we have some videotape we're going to go to in a moment. CNN correspondent Brian Jenkins and his crew went to a hospital today to see some of the alleged victims of Iraqi atrocities. We have to warn you, though, some of this tape is fairly graphic. We tried to edit it as judiciously as possible, but it's still fairly strong stuff. So be forewarned. This is not for the squeamish. On the tape, you'll see bodies in a local Kuwaiti hospital, and some of them were pretty well tortured and mutilated. We can show the tape now. Some of the tape we looked at showed, for example, one man who had been dipped from the waist down in an acid bath. He'd been apparently suspended by a sling from his shoulders and dipped repeatedly from the waist down into a bath of acid, and the bottom half of his body looked like a burnt candle wick. Others had been beaten until their brains came out of their heads. It was pretty atrocious. The people at the hospital said that there were many, many, many of these kinds of victims all over Kuwait, victims of torture, of beating, of rape, of mutilation, and they said it went on and on, especially during the first month and a half of Iraqi occupation, went away for a while, and then intensified during the last 2 weeks of Iraqi occupation. When President Bush said in his news conference that he wanted those who did these atrocities, who committed them, to be held accountable, the people of Kuwait would probably be among the first to agree. Charles Jaco, CNN, reporting live from Kuwait City.
Charles, in the years to come, the people of Kuwait are still going to be neighbors of the people of Iraq. Is there a sense, after seeing what you saw, of unforgiveness of the people or just of the military?
Well, a little of both. There are a number of Iraqi nationals who lived in Kuwait working for years. They're concerned about their safety. The Kuwaitis we've spoken to say they have no reason to be. In fact, they don't hold any grudge against the Iraqi people. It's against their government. But having said that, after 7 months of occupation, there were specific individual Iraqis and Palestinian sympathizers with the Iraqis who allegedly took part in these atrocities. These specific individuals were not the government of Iraq. These were people. And because of that, while a lot of the Kuwaitis say we bear no grudge against the Iraqi people, there's a bitter edge to their words, and you get a feeling that it's going to take them a very long time to forgive and forget if they ever do at all.
Charles, thank you. Charles Jaco in Kuwait City. Donna?
And a look at the difficult task of rebuilding Kuwait when we come back.
Iraqi soldiers, this was their last journey. Vehicles lie scattered and destroyed, with bodies along the roadside. And as we moved south along the road, we found a scene of carnage. A huge convoy of trucks and stolen civilian cars and armored vehicles hit by the Americans from the air with their cluster bombs. It was quite literally a trap. A ridge to one side, a minefield to the other, Allied armor ahead, and above them, the bombers. The Allies have cleared many of the bodies from the scene, placed in small groups to one side, many too badly charred ever to be identified. While we were there, injured Iraqi soldiers were still being discovered. This man, his foot blown off by a landmine, being helped to a field hospital by Americans. Some had tried desperately to hide under the bridges, but even this didn't save them. In the panic of the attack, tanks and cars were crashing into each other. The road is now in effect a scrapyard and a burial site. No one knows how many died. The Americans are quick to point out that the vast majority of those killed here were not refugees nor civilians, but the scattered remnants of an invading army. The possessions of this largely conscript force litter the area. Hand grenades, ammunition, guns, even what goods they had looted from Kuwait. The Iraqis had fought back, but without air power, they stood little chance. This is what Allied commanders meant when they said that the Iraqi army was now trapped in Kuwait. And this is the result. One officer here describing it as apocalyptic. Just ahead of this concentrated area of destruction is a monument to Saddam Hussein, now framed by American tanks. This is Robert Moore for the British Television News Pool in central Kuwait.
Updating you now on the latest from the Gulf, President Bush says Allied commanders will meet Iraqi commanders Saturday to discuss the return of war prisoners and other ceasefire matters. And the president says the Allied victory is finally beginning to sink in.
I haven't yet felt this wonderfully euphoric feeling that many of the American people feel. And I'm beginning to. I feel much better about it today than I did yesterday. But I think it's that I want to see an end. You mentioned World War II. There was a definitive end to that conflict. And now we have Saddam Hussein still there, the man that wreaked this havoc upon his neighbors. We have our prisoners still held. We have people unaccounted for. So I think I'm beginning to understand, beginning to feel that the joy that Americans all feel now is proper.
Meantime, the new U.S. ambassador to Kuwait, Skip Ghanim, is now in Kuwait City to set up shop at the reopened U.S. Embassy. He was welcomed to the country by U.S. Special Forces and crowds of Kuwaitis chanting, "Bush, Bush." And as the Allies and Iraqis turn their attention toward peace, Allied commanders say the war zone remains extremely dangerous despite the truce. A U.S. Army and doctor and woman medical specialists were killed by mines as they tried to help take Iraqi prisoners, and a bus carrying Iraqi soldiers was reportedly destroyed after they fired on U.S. troops.
In just a minute, we're going to hear from some of the people of Kuwait and their tales of torture. Carried out by the Iraqi soldiers. CNN's Brian Jenkins reports on the tortures some Kuwaitis were forced to endure. For many of them, the result was death. We have to warn you, however, the scenes you're about to see are pretty graphic.
He was 27 years old, doctors say, a father of 4 children, and his only apparent offense was being born a Kuwaiti. His torturers shot him in the back of his head, but doctors aren't sure if the gunshot came before or after half the man's body was burned away with acid. Another Kuwaiti male, also unknown, had his chest burned with cigarettes, his eyes plucked out, and his neck slashed.
We see kids, we see women, we see doctors, it's awful. It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare.
Hassan Mirza can't shake the image of an acquaintance, a woman in her 30s, brought in after 2 months of captivity.
Half of the head was taken off with an axe or something, and a bullet here through the mouth, and 3 bullets here, and also one, small ass scars around her body.
Did they rape her?
We didn't check on it, but they might do it.
This doctor is convinced some Iraqis did commit rape, and he can't erase the memory of one 45-year-old woman he treated.
She was very angry, she was very upset. She said, please give me an injection, do something, I want to die. I don't want to live after this day.
Verifying exactly how many people did die at the hands of Iraqis during the occupation has been next to impossible. Kuwaitis say the Iraqis brought only a small percentage of their victims to hospitals. Most were simply dumped on the streets or left outside their families' homes. Everyone here, it seems, has at least heard of such killings. This woman saw 3 bodies unloaded one night like garbage bags on her street.
One of
them had 2 shots, one in the head and one in the neck. And the other one had his hand chopped off and third with an axe on his head. And my mother ever since, or her mother ever since, has been sleeping in her bed. She couldn't the shock was too strong for her to handle.
The atrocities have left all Kuwaitis in a state of shock, unsure if they can ever again feel safe in their peaceful, affluent society, and wondering most of all what the cruelty and killing was for. Brian Jenkins, CNN, Kuwait City.
And a personal battle undertaken by one Kuwaiti woman who says she did her part to kill Iraqi troops. In an interview with Britain's independent television news, the woman said she gave lethal injections to as many as 22 wounded Iraqi soldiers while working as a volunteer nurse in Kuwait.
What did you do to these injured, wounded Iraqi soldiers?
I go meet them. I give them injections. Kill them.
To kill them?
Yes.
Did you kill them?
Yes. Maybe 18 or 22 in the hospital. I have chance to kill them in the hospital.
How did you do it?
With injection. If they injured from up, the doctor, he comes to check up. Then I have the injection microphone like this. I just take the needle out. If he wants to check in up, I go down his feet and give him injection. If he wants to check down, he's injected down, I go anywhere, even in his neck, anywhere. And he's screaming, he's injured, he's screaming, he doesn't know from injection or from anything.
It's not clear what was in those injections.
The 15 members of the United Nations Security Council are to meet later today to consider a draft resolution setting the terms of a permanent ceasefire. The draft reportedly sets tough demands for the permanent end to the hostilities. Earlier today, the 5 permanent members of the Council met to discuss the initial draft. In the meantime, the UN Secretary General says he'll send a high UN official to the Middle East to assess the humanitarian needs of the Iraqi and Kuwaiti people.
The bombing has stopped in Baghdad, and the Iraqi people are grabbing the chance to return to everyday life. Merchants and shopkeepers are digging out of the rubble. It's time to rebuild. But people say they'll need large-scale international assistance. Needs are great. The city lacks power, fuel, and running water, and the streets are filled with sewage. Officials warn the city could face typhoid and cholera epidemics. Now that the air raids have stopped, people are pouring back into the city. They fled to outlying districts seeking safety from the weeks of Allied bombing. But there have been new dangers in Baghdad. Some Iraqis were accidentally injured when other Iraqis fired in the air to celebrate the halt to the war. Opposition groups are being formed in Iraq, and they're insisting they have a voice in shaping the country's future. The Egyptian newspaper Al Aram reports an opposition government may be set up in the city of Basra in the coming days. One opposition leader said Saddam Hussein is being cursed and his pictures are being smashed on a larger scale. Another opposition leader warns if Mr. Hussein remains in power and the opposition groups are denied a voice, civil war could break out. And our coverage continues right after this.
The only difference between this house, and this house is the money you save shopping around for the best mortgage rate. Who saves? You do. The only difference between this car, and this car is the money you save shopping for the best deal. Who saves? You do. But unless you're also shopping for the best interest rate on your credit card, who pays? You do. In fact, every time you pay off a credit card purchase, you could also be paying 18, 19, even 20% interest. You can stop paying those high rates right now by calling Bank Card Holders of America. We're a non-profit consumer protection group that looks out for your interest as a credit card holder. By acting right now, you can become a trial member of Bank Card Holders of America absolutely free. And just look what your free membership entitles you to. A list of banks issuing Visas and MasterCards free of annual fees. An application for a Visa card with interest rates so low that switching could save you $100 this year. Free credit card registration to protect you against loss or theft of cards. A free subscription to our bi-monthly newsletter. They're chock full of ways you can save hundreds of dollars each year. Plus, big discounts on travel, hotels, car rentals, TVs, stereos, microwaves, and more through our Bank Card Holders shopping services. But that's not all. We even offer insurance to members in some states. And our Consumer Protection Agency will go to bat for you if you've got a problem with banks, stores, or credit bureaus. So why don't you pick up the phone right now and call for this free information kit? It comes in the mail and tells you all about Bank Card Holders of America, the people who look out for your interest. Call now and find out about our special free membership offer. Who saves? You do. Here's how.
To get your free information kit telling you all about Bank Card Holders of America, call toll-free 1-800-334-6700. That number again is 1-800-334-6700. Call now. The information is free, and so is the call. That number again is 1-800-334-6700.
Iraq's defeat in the Gulf War has left division and discord among Arab nations. Experts predict Syria will seize the opportunity to emerge as a power to reckon with in the Middle East. CNN's Taylor Henry reports from Damascus.
When Saddam Hussein's Ba'ath political party was born in Damascus about a half-century ago, its aim was Arab unity.
This is the ambition of Syria to have unity between all the Arabs. And this is the ambition of the Kuwaitis also. This will be the same.
But around the placid waters of the Euphrates, ancient river of paradise, Syria is a nation of Arabs divided among themselves and neighboring countries. The notion of unity in ruins.
Maybe some governments have their own interests, but this does not reflect necessarily the attitude of the peoples and their public opinion.
The PLO and other Arabs in Syria and elsewhere privately condemned President Hafez Assad's U.S. alliance in the Gulf War and supported his bitter rival for Ba'ath Party political power, Saddam Hussein.
We cannot say anything bad about him.
On Syria's borders, the friction is most apparent. Syrian intervention in Lebanon, Syrian confrontation with Israel over the Golan Heights and the future of Palestine, Syrian-Iranian cooperation in the 8-year war against Iraq, Syrian territorial disputes with Turkey, through freight convoys to Saudi Arabia, and supplies of oil to Jordan during the Gulf War, Syria has attempted to smooth over differences with fellow Arab countries while pursuing Assad's quest for elimination of Saddam Hussein and rise to almost unchallenged regional Arab power.
I think that Syria will have a very strong position to play, both in terms of Gulf security, because it will contribute troops to a pan-Arab peacekeeping force, and through its axis with Iran, it will continue to have a say in the affairs of the Gulf.
Would-be Syrian insurgents are held in check through the constant watch of the Mukhabarat secret police. The Syrian authorities are keeping such a tight lid on public expression of opinion. There have been no major demonstrations here against or even in favor of the government position. Economically, too, Syria, like other frontline countries, has paid a heavy price for the war, with inflation that was already running around 17%, and the country's historic sites crossed off the itinerary of international tourists.
When you go for sightseeing and tours, you don't want to go to war zone or what have you.
By opposing Iraq in the Gulf War, Hafez Assad clearly took political risks with Arabs at home and in neighboring countries. But the Syrian, who Middle East experts say is every bit as ruthless as Saddam Hussein, appears to have proven once again that he is more shrewd. Taylor Henry, CNN, Damascus.
And people in Kuwait City are queuing up to get gasoline being given away by Kuwaiti resistance forces. Lines formed today at 4 service stations pumping free gasoline. Some drivers said they waited up to 4 hours for the gas. Priority is being given to policemen, soldiers, ambulance drivers, and Kuwaiti resistance members. The Iraqis stopped selling gasoline 1 week before the war, although it was still available on the black market.
Hundreds of thousands of Kuwaitis fled to Saudi Arabia during the Iraqi occupation. Now many of them are getting ready to head back home. And they face some big challenges, as Jim Hill reports.
They've made themselves at home as best they can. But the people here in this Saudi Arabian apartment complex are refugees from Kuwait. They spend the time with afternoon tea and radio news of their country. When Kuwait was overrun last August, it's estimated half the population, some 400,000 people, fled the country, and well over half of them wound up here in Saudi Arabia. And it's here they continue to celebrate. Their country has told them to remain refugees for several more months until repatriation can be better organized.
They are preparing the things to, move the people on an organized way, actually. It's better to move them in an organized way.
These Kuwaiti soldiers are getting ready to join Allied forces in Kuwait. The soldiers have just finished training in the United States and will now serve as guides and interpreters for U.S. Army and Marine Corps units as they mop up in Kuwait.
We're going back to work to help the Allies because I'm sure the situation is not ended. I'm doing this for my country. I feel I should do something.
With Kuwait now reclaimed, its people must soon decide a great many issues for their country. Do they want more democracy from the ruling Al-Sabah family? What should Kuwait do with those who collaborated with the Iraqis during the 7 months of brutal occupation? And how do they prepare for their own future defense? Defend what they must now work so hard to rebuild. Jim Hill, CNN, Saudi Arabia.
And what about the dilemma of the Palestinians? We'll look at that part of the story when we return.
Said one Allied source, if the general hears anything of that sort from the Iraqis, his response will probably be something along the lines of, give me a break. They say the man is known for being very plain-spoken, very straightforward, and they expect him to explain very plainly to the Iraqis that there are still thousands of Allied troops on their soil and that the Iraqis are pretty much in no position to bargain for anything. Meanwhile, it was not bargaining but celebration that was on the mind of thousands of Kuwaitis today who held what was supposed to be a silent vigil, but instead turned into a noisy celebratory march and celebration along the line where the U.S., British, and French embassies are here in Kuwait City. People waved flags, shouted, cheered, and fired off guns. In fact, so many guns, some people were afraid they'd be hit by falling shells. Tracer bullets arced through the skies, AK-47s taken from Iraqi soldiers, 50 caliber machine guns, 30 caliber machine guns, a parade and celebration that went on literally for hours. But there's a more sober side to everything here, too. Kuwait, once one of the world's largest oil exporting countries, is now experiencing gasoline loss. That's because, as was mentioned earlier, almost every producing oil well in Kuwait is now on fire. Oil production here has been cut essentially to zero. And after that, and 7 months of Iraqi occupation, the destruction of water pumping and electrical facilities here, there is, if not a shortage of gasoline, then a shortage of places to buy gasoline. So there are long gasoline lines at many, many places, the few places where gasoline is available. Earlier this evening, we had a chance to talk with the new U.S. ambassador to Kuwait, Edward Ganin, and we asked him about the U.S. role in rebuilding Kuwait.
What kind of role is the U.S. going to play in rebuilding here? Will it be financial assistance or just more in terms of technical aid?
I think more in terms of technical aid. We've been working with them now for about 5 months, jointly planning what we're going to do both in this initial recovery period but also in the long-term restoration. Now, I think American companies are going to be heavily involved in that, and I think we will be working with them in planning, and they'll be doing most of the financing themselves.
So it seems right now that from that and what President Bush said about the U.S. not spending 1 cent in financing the reconstruction of Iraq, that the United States' role in helping rebuild this war-devastated area will be mainly technical, will be mainly in the form of advice, but it does not seem like a lot of U.S. dollars for the actual rebuilding will be rolling into this area. Charles Jago, CNN, reporting live from Kuwait City.
Thank you, Charles. All of the 950 oil wells in Kuwait are either on fire or heavily damaged. That's according to the Kuwait Oil Company. Huge columns of fire and smoke rise from the burning wells. The company's initial surveys found oil wells that had not caught fire when blown up by Iraqi troops were badly damaged, and about 3 dozen were destroyed by Allied bombing. Wells that are not burning are spouting crude oil into the air. The 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council are meeting at this hour to consider a draft resolution to formally end the war. The draft has been extensively revised throughout the day. Earlier, it said combat could resume if Iraq failed to meet peace terms. A Western diplomat tells CNN that clause has been deleted. The diplomat also says the 5 permanent members hope to agree on a text so they can share it late today or tonight with the rest of the Security Council and eventually bring it to a vote.
The daily briefings at the Pentagon appear to be dwindling to a precious few. The one for today ended just a few minutes ago. John Holloman is over at the Pentagon to bring us up to date. Hello, John.
Hi, Lou. The Pentagon briefers today seem to be trying to make 3 major points. First, they are not on the lookout for Saddam Hussein because the president has not told them to be trying to prevent him escaping from Baghdad or escaping from Iraq. They say they don't have any idea where he is now. They are not on the lookout for him. The second point is they still don't have any sort of a number of how many Iraqis have been killed in this war in the Gulf to this point. And the third point that they seem to be making is that the war won't be over officially until after this meeting that the president announced, which will be taking place someplace in the battle zone tomorrow afternoon, Saudi Arabian time. And that meeting not only has to take place, it has to be completed successfully. The main item on the agenda for that meeting is prisoners of war.
The top priority is to get the prisoners back, not only our prisoners of war, but the coalition prisoners of war, civilian hostages, the CBS News crew. In my view, we're dealing with humanity here, so all of them would have equal priority, and I think that it's going to be made very clear, unless the Iraqi forces are willing to deal on that issue first, that we're not going to get very much further. And as I said, we're prepared to resume operations should that become necessary.
Now, General Kelly would not say what the coalition is prepared to do in case the prisoners of war are not immediately released by Iraq, but he did point out the coalition still has many targets it could destroy if the president ordered the Pentagon to resume the war.
We can get the residual of the defeated forces that are in the Kuwaiti theater of operations, and I don't want to go too far in this for obvious reasons, but there are still means of production and distribution that exist within the country that could be attacked, and it would depend on what a national decision was. We're obviously in a position in the military to do just about anything that the president wants to do. Incidentally, we have some considerable leverage in that we right now possess a considerable amount of that country. We have forces in the southern third of the country, and I would assume that the Iraqis would want that part of their country back.
At this point, nobody's telling us precisely what time the meeting will be held or where it's going to be held, Lou, but they did tell us here at the Pentagon this afternoon that we'll be allowed to have a camera there, probably not a live camera, but we'll at least be able to record what happens on tape. Lou?
Are we aware, John, of all the criteria for a successful outcome of the meeting? Say, for instance, we were to learn that some of these prisoners of war that Iraq took, the ones that were displayed on Iraqi television, were discovered to have been, as threatened, placed at military sites around the country.
I don't know what the coalition's response to that would be, Lou. I do know that General Kelly and Secretary of Defense Dick Cheney and the President today have all pointed out that getting these prisoners of war out safely is their major priority for this upcoming meeting. And while the Iraqis have never been very forthcoming in doing what we expected and hoped they would do in the past, there was a great deal of hope around the Pentagon today that they will come across with these prisoners of war so that the coalition does not have to resume those the bombardment and the attacks that General Kelly just pointed out. The coalition is so capable of doing.
John, I'm going to be talking to the Jordanian ambassador to the United States a little bit later on. Is there anything new on what Mike McConnell, Rear Admiral Mike McConnell, refers to as the close examination of those apparent Jordanian arms discovered in Kuwait?
Well, they want to know, first of all, what the volume of those products might have been. You know, how many of those Jordanian manufactured goods were actually found in Kuwait and in Iraq. And they want to know some more detail about it before they might consider formally charging that Jordan had done something in violation of the embargo. You know, most military munitions do have dates on them as to when they were manufactured and when they were put on the shelf. And if the dates were well before the start of this conflict, then those things could have been shipped long before the conflict began. But if the dates of manufacture were somehow after the time that Jordan promised the United States and the rest of the world it wasn't going to ship things like that into Iraq, then there'd have to be some serious questions asked, I'm sure.
Right. John Holloman at the Pentagon. David?
Coming up, the people of Baghdad begin to rebuild their city.
And a glimpse of the chaos of Iraq's retreat from Kuwait City through a look at what they left behind.
Why is it that some people constantly manage to reach heights others can only dream of? The few towns in western Pennsylvania have produced more football legends than any other place.
We play with boys in
Dan Marino,
We know that the end of this game.
Johnny Mass, George Bland. What is it about these towns that gives birth to such greatness? Fierce pride, tradition, an obsession with excellence, the very things that drive us to career. When leadership is in your blood, you push yourself to greater and greater heights. Our 1991 four-door Explorer and Escort have recorded the highest customer satisfaction ratings in our history. And starting right now, we'll be seeing more new models and exciting innovations.
Yelling and screaming in this room. Never human model has been helping there. I mean, those guys, they've been just beating for nothing, and some people we found that are shouting, suddenly they are quiet. What's happened to them, you don't know. Because you are locked in the next room and the same size as this room. And I mean, it's completely, you don't know the other things, just when they come back to you, come on. And if you talk about friends or relatives or something which is our military or whatever, I mean, you will be killed. I'm sure about it. Because all the guys, which is I know, they talked, they got shot and killed. And we have a big group, which is at the graveyard, in the regular graveyard, you will see there's plenty of dead bodies for girls and boys. And I wish, you know, this picture will be released because they took some picture for those dead bodies, which is they throw away there. Which is, many families, they will be delighted to talk about their boys and girls which have been shot and killed in front of their houses. But both of them will be dead. I mean, if you talk, you are dead. If you don't talk, you are dead. And by a chance. And I think I'm lucky because I wasn't being killed. Because, well, they thought I have nothing. Every second, you are dead. That's all what I felt all this time on here. The beating was me easier. And sometimes at the end, we talked to my friend and said, God, I wish they shouldn't because, you know, it's only one shot and I will be dead.
Kuwaiti doctors say some Kuwaiti civilians were tortured by Iraqis seeking information about the Kuwaiti resistance, but the doctors say many other civilians apparently were tortured just for the sake of it.
U.S. troops are patrolling Kuwait, trying to coax out any Iraqi soldiers still hanging on. Marines belonging to the 2nd Division are using loudspeakers mounted on vehicles to broadcast a message in Arabic which says, "The fighting's over. Come out and save your lives." Some Iraqi troops still hiding out reportedly fired at Allied forces Thursday night.
We think we're dealing with just some people that have gotten word that hostilities have ceased, and they're basically people that have not given up like the rest of the Iraqi army did.
Any sense as to why these guys would still be holding out?
They haven't gotten word. I mean, we've destroyed their command and control, so they don't know yet that it's over.
Coming up, a look at whether Israel may choose to strike back at Iraq now that the war is ending.
And in storms, we find welcome rain and destructive tornadoes to drought-stricken California. Much of bone-dry California is getting what it needs most, and that's rain. For the first time this year, heavy rain fell on wide areas of California, and more is expected over the weekend. But at least for now, it will have no effect on mandatory water rationing, which began today in Los Angeles and in Marin County, north of San Francisco. Rainstorms were blamed for power outages and dozens of traffic accidents. Los Angeles Mayor Tom Bradley is calling a long drought in California a natural disaster and an economic calamity.
Karen McGinnis has rain for us, got snow, wind, sunshine, all those things that make up the weathercast. Karen.
Dave, about this much sunshine for the nation this weekend. Here's the satellite.
Did you kill him?
Yes, maybe 18 or 22 in the hospital. I have chance to kill them in the hospital.
How did you do it?
With injection. If they inject from up, the doctor, he come to check up. I have the injection in my pocket like this. I just take the needle out. If he want to check in up, I go down his seat and give him injection. If he want to check down, he's inject down. I go anywhere, even in his neck, anywhere. And he's screaming. He's inject. He's screaming. He doesn't know from injection or from anything.
The nurse said many Iraqi soldiers were taken to hospitals in Kuwait during the occupation. She said most had been wounded in clashes with Kuwaiti resistance fighters.
As we've been reporting, the United States Embassy is again open in Kuwait City. The new U.S. ambassador was on hand as a Marine Honor Guard raised Old Glory over the embassy today. The flag that went up is the same flag that flew over the embassy before it was evacuated in December. The ceremony came during an outburst of pro-U.S. feeling in Kuwait following the ejection of Iraqi troops.
So I only wish everybody in America could feel the kind of jubilance that you and I have felt here with people coming up to you over and over and over to say how much they appreciate it, how thankful they are for the President and for the United States and our troops. And I think you'll find that throughout the Gulf, and it's going to be reflected, I think, in a much closer friendship in the years ahead.
During the ceremony, cheering Kuwaitis jammed the two-lane highway just outside the embassy compound chanting Bush, Bush, Bush. U.S. military officials in Saudi Arabia say there still are a few Iraqi soldiers in Kuwait who don't know the war is over. Much of Iraq's military communications were knocked out during the fighting. To help get the word out, Allied troops and vehicles called Humvees are using loudspeakers to broadcast the news across the region. U.S. military officials say the ceasefire continues to hold, but there were some minor exchanges of hostilities overnight. Officials say there were no casualties. Many Iraqi citizens took time to give thanks today, thanks that they escaped the deadly bombing raids, thanks that the war has ended. A mosque in Baghdad was filled with men reciting their daily prayers today. Many gave thanks for the peace, others prayed for inspiration in rebuilding their lives and their nation. Parts of Baghdad are in near ruins after Allied bombing runs destroyed buildings. The city is without electricity and without running water. Humanitarian aid soon will be sent to Iraq, courtesy of Iran, a former enemy. Iran's official news agency reports supplies of powdered milk, baby food, flour, and other items will be distributed by the Red Crescent Agency in Iraq. And the Iranian news agency also reports 56 prisoners of war have been returned to Iran after being freed by Iraq. Baghdad had claimed earlier that all Iranian POWs from the 8-year war had been returned. Iran plans to release the same number of Iraqis.
This has been another day of denial for the government of Jordan. It continues to insist that weapons and ammunition Jordan shipped to Iraq were not sent in violation of the UN embargo.
U.S. intelligence officials say some of the items carried a January shipment date. Jordan says the arms were sent to Iraq in the 1980s during the Iran-Iraq War. Even in defeat, Saddam Hussein is being hailed by many Palestinians as the leader who stood up for their cause. And as CNN's Lucia Newman reports, the war's end may improve chances of solving the Palestinian dilemma.
For months, the hopes and aspirations of millions of Palestinians were personified by Saddam Hussein, the man who promised to fight the mother of all battles so they could recover their homeland. Now, Iraq's withdrawal from Kuwait is a painful reminder of other Arab defeats in Middle East wars, and of how Palestinians here in Jordan and elsewhere will just have to keep waiting. But rather than feeling betrayed by Saddam Hussein, many Palestinians say the Gulf War has been a blessing in disguise.
Now Saddam has created a new situation in which all the people are thinking of Palestine as a problem which should be solved.
We respect this leader named Saddam Hussein. Really, we like him, we love him.
Palestinian leaders warn that now more than ever there will be instability in the Middle East unless Israel relinquishes the occupied territories on the West Bank and the Gaza Strip.
They will, from now on, be fighting for their very existence, no more for expansion, because it's going to be very costly.
The catchphrase now is that the West is morally obligated to implement the United Nations resolutions on behalf of the Palestinians, with the same zeal that it settled the Gulf crisis on the basis of international law. Most agree it won't be easy.
I think it takes a lot of pressure. And that is the kind of thing that we are expecting from the Western countries, is to put enough pressure on Israel to comply with the UN resolutions.
But if Israel was unwilling to accept a land for peace compromise before, it's even less likely to do so now, since it argues the PLO's backing of Iraq discredits it as a partner in peace negotiations. And few here are counting on Washington to help.
James Baker is coming now to the Middle East. The first country he's visiting is Israel. Why? He's going to his boss, asking him what to do.
In the short term, certainly, the Palestinians have been hurt by the Gulf War. Thousands have fled here to Jordan from Kuwait to become refugees. And there's growing fear that the thousands of Palestinians who remain in Kuwaiti soil will be persecuted for having supported Saddam Hussein. Still, most Palestinians say they've survived worse crises than this.
They're also convinced that they'll have to keep fighting to get what they want. And as for the Gulf War, the Palestinians say they've really lost nothing because they had nothing to lose. Lucia Newman, CNN, Amman.
Our coverage continues right after this.
If your doctor has recommended Metamucil and you like the results, but you don't like those glasses of thick liquid, change to FiberCon. Get the same fiber action in easy-to-swallow tablets. Get doctor-recommended FiberCon. Calumet Farm in Kentucky has produced more legendary racehorses than any other stable. Whirlaway, Citation, Alidar. When excellence becomes a tradition, there's no end to the greatness. And it doesn't happen only in horse racing. Ford has set the pace in the auto industry from the outset. And with billions of dollars invested in models like our new Crown Victoria and Grand Marquis, we're going to stay out in front. Ford Motor Company.
Liquid bleach. Colored clothes. The Liquid Bleach, great for every wash. Liquid Clorox 2 even gets out tough stains. Clothes look newer, longer. Liquid Clorox 2. Liquid Clorox 2.
They're not doing anything. Where's the surprise? What? Do they whistle or turn purple or something? These are just flakes. Now that's a surprise. They don't have to do anything. They just taste good. Simplicity. It's very tricky. I like that. What are you going to call them?
Kellogg's Corn Flakes.
Kellogg's Corn Flakes? Isn't that name taken?
Taste them again for the first time.
Ricola,
the all-natural herb cough drop imported from Switzerland. Ricola has been soothing throats and relieving coughs naturally for over 60 years.
The United States military reports 2 members of an Army medical team were killed by Iraqi mines today. The military said 1 doctor was killed when the group's vehicle ran over a landmine in southern Iraq. Then a female medical specialist stepped from that damaged vehicle onto another mine. The military said a 3rd person in the vehicle was unhurt. In another incident, U.S. troops were fired upon today as they stopped 2 Iraqi Army buses at a military checkpoint. The military says the U.S. soldiers returned the fire, destroying the bus and killing some Iraqi soldiers.
U.S. Defense Secretary Dick Cheney warned Iraq today all prisoners of war must be released soon or bombs may fall in Baghdad again. Commanders of Operation Desert Storm, led by General Norman Schwarzkopf, will be meeting Saturday with Iraqi generals to set procedures for the release of POWs. Cheney told CNN's Gene Randall that during the meeting, the Allies will most likely set a deadline for the release of the POWs.
Will we give the Iraqis a deadline for releasing the POWs they hold?
I would expect that'll be one of the subjects that will be discussed at that meeting.
And if they resist that kind of demand?
Well, right now we hold a significant portion of Iraq. We have the ability to resume hostilities at a moment's notice if the president gives the word for us to do so. I don't have any reason to believe, though, that they will do anything other than comply. We have, in effect, destroyed most of the Iraqi army. We have taken out most of the infrastructure. The lights are out in Baghdad. They'll stay out until we get satisfaction on those basic...
Well, what kind of a deadline are we likely to set on the POW question?
I would think it would be a matter of days. But again, we'll have to see what comes out of the meeting with the commanders on the field.
Cheney added that coalition forces would not hesitate to renew fighting if Iraq breaks the terms of the ceasefire.
The Italian Red Cross tells us all prisoners of war held by Iraq are in good condition. Italy's defense minister says the head of the Algerian Red Crescent provided the information about Allied prisoners of war. He says the Algerian official has just returned from Iraq.
Jordan's King Hussein today appeared to reach out to the United States and other Gulf countries unhappy with his stand in the Gulf War. In his first address to the nation since he angered Washington by criticizing the devastation of Iraq, King Hussein appealed for reconciliation.
I would like to say that the curtain has dropped on the final act to herald a new dawn which beckons on the horizon. I realize that many of us in Jordan and in the Arab and Muslim world will carry with them as they look forward to a new tomorrow painful memories which can be transformed into hatred and rancor if they are allowed to grow and fester.
Jordan is under great economic and political strain because of its sympathy with Iraq. When we continue, we'll have more.
American diplomats, that small group of people who stuck it out for more than 4 months of Saddam's occupation, when they were forced to leave, taking that American flag with them, they vowed to return. Today they did. Thank you very much. If any picture is worth 1,000 words, then this one is worth millions. The same flag and some of the same people Saddam forced from the U.S. Embassy in December were now back and happy to be here.
I'm just delighted to be here and be back. I want you to know I was ready to come in August and the Iraqis got here first.
Scenes like these could be seen all day outside the embassy. It was the 4th straight day of street celebrations, punctuated more and more by small arms fire. Authorities are concerned about that, as one nearby hospital has treated 8 people shot during these demonstrations. 1 of them died. But in addition to the return of the ambassador and the continuing street demonstrations, we were also shown the magnitude of the destruction and told an unending story of the horror of atrocities committed by the Iraqis.
What did he say?
They would bring people
Yeah. Put a bag on their head with a cat inside.
Cat in the bag.
Cat in the bag. They close the bag so the cat cannot get out. And then they would finish away. And then they would put the electrical buttons on the cat, so the cat would scratch their face and injure the person.
Stories like this one are heard everywhere you go. The damage is everywhere too. This is the bedroom of the Emir of Kuwait. The furniture destroyed or stolen, personal pictures ripped and scattered about. The entire palace looking like a tornado had roared through it. This pile of debris at Kuwait's port was once a fleet of fishing dhows. Though hardly a military threat, the boats were torched by the Iraqis in the final days of the war. Some fires still burn in roofing material at the government center, where Kuwaitis came to see what Saddam's forces had done to their country and its historic landmarks. Clock towers used for target practice, monuments like this arch honoring the past, deliberately destroyed.
They're just trying to destroy the culture and trying just to burn the country and destroy it.
Yet tonight, despite oil fires still burning on the city's horizon, it's clear that Saddam has destroyed neither the past nor the present. And even in just 3 days here, we've seen signs that the city is already getting back to normal. We're live in Kuwait City, and I'm Jay Levine, Channel 2 News.
Jay, is the feeling now that all the Iraqi soldiers have left Kuwait? Are there any more pockets of scattered resistance?
No resistance, Lester, but people are being very careful about that. In fact, checkpoints are popping up all around the city tonight, checking to see if any Iraqis are trying to blend in. The Iraqis left the city, but still there may be some around. The Kuwaitis don't mind those checkpoints. They've experienced them for 7 months now. This time, though, they have nothing to be scared about. Linda, Lester?
Jay, reports tonight that Saddam Hussein may be seeking political asylum and may be trying to cut a deal with the Allies to get it. He has not been seen in public for days, but a French newspaper says Saddam, the man who said he would be president for life, is looking for a way out. According to the paper, if the Allies promise not to put him on trial for war crimes, Saddam would flee Iraq for exile in Algeria. But the Algerian government is denying that report, and President Bush says that there will be no absolution for Saddam. And no let-up in the pressure either. These are pictures of a U.S. convoy still pushing into southern Iraq. Iraq is telling the Allies to get out, but U.S. forces say they are settling in to make sure the ceasefire holds. In Baghdad, signs that people are beginning to put the war behind them. They are returning by the carload. On the streets, the papers still proclaim that Iraq won. But in the mosques, the faces of the people tell another story, of loss and of grief. Western reporters in Baghdad say many Iraqis are now openly speaking out against Saddam.
The Iraqi armed forces remain a military threat despite the frightful pounding they took from Allied air raids. The Iraqi army still has at least 250,000 men. That's twice the size of the British army. And Iraq still has missiles and chemical weapons and excellent field artillery. Iraq also has at least 100 fighter planes that have been hiding out inside Iran.
Iraqi mines are still dealing death on the battlefield. 2 American medics were killed by mines, ironically while going to help injured Iraqi prisoners. The Pentagon says 89 Americans have been killed in action in the Gulf War, 212 wounded in action, 9 are known to be prisoners of war. 45 Americans are listed as missing in action.
Defense Secretary Dick Cheney is warning that Iraq is in for more grief if it does not promptly return the Allied prisoners of war. Cheney says the POWs are a top priority, and the U.S. expects to see them sent home fast or else. President Bush is calling a meeting tomorrow at a secret place so Allied and Iraqi generals can discuss the POW issue and other terms of the ceasefire. The president says he is determined to find and prosecute Iraqi soldiers who committed atrocities in Kuwait, and he says Americans will not pay the tab for putting Iraq back together.
Iraq has a big reconstruction job to do, but I'll be honest with you, at this point I don't want to see one single dime of the United States taxpayers' money go into the reconstruction of Iraq.
The president says the Iraqi people should dump Saddam Hussein. He also wants the troops home as soon as possible, and he proclaimed this a proud day for America. The president says he is grateful to the American people for supporting the war.
But here in Illinois, the surge of patriotism hasn't stopped a leading atheist from...
So, as he put it, that life goes on. But aides say he was often distracted and detached, his humor replaced by a single-minded seriousness that relegated other issues to the back burner. In the end, he scored an astounding military, diplomatic, and political victory. The president insists it's not a time to gloat, but he is clearly conscious of his place in history and what he calls this defining hour.
It's a proud day for America, and by God, we've kicked Vietnam syndrome once and for all. Thank you very, very much.
Whether that's true and what precisely that means will be tested by time and events. Orchestrating the liberation of Kuwait defied all expectations, but building a peace, defining and defending a new order, raises daunting new challenges and leaves little time to rest on the laurels of victory. Frank Sesno, CNN, the White House.
Thank you for joining us. I'm Susan Rook at CNN Center in Atlanta.
I'm David French in Washington, in for Bernard Shaw. Next on Larry King Live, Egypt's ambassador to the U.S., Raouf El-Ridi.
With a few cocktail parties, Edward Ganin got the U.S. Army and a crush of television crews. He remembered his predecessor, Nathaniel Howell, who hung on for 5 months, surrounded by Iraqis.
And he said at the time as he left, we're coming back. We are back. And I brought his flag back, and I'd like to take a minute and put that flag back on this flagpole.
The flag went up, and the embassy was officially back in business.
We're glad to see it flying.
Outside the embassy, Kuwaitis celebrated their liberation with another loud street party.
Mr. Bush, thank you. We love you all.
The mood is festive, but not carefree. The Iraqis committed mass atrocities against their captives. Now that Kuwait is free, more gruesome stories are coming out.
Taking out their eyes, putting drills through their ears, cutting off their skulls.
At a local morgue, Dr. Yusuf Ali displayed the bodies of Kuwaitis who were tortured to death.
They tortured them before killing them, and they tortured them after killing them.
In the same hospital, this Iraqi soldier said Saddam forced him to come to Kuwait.
If I didn't come here, he would kill all of my families. He will kill them all.
But Kuwaitis are in no mood to forgive. Members of the Kuwaiti resistance today were going house to house, looking for Iraqis or anyone else who might have collaborated in Saddam Hussein's brutal conquest of Kuwait. In Kuwait City, this is Steve Handelsman, Channel 5 News.
And today, a chilling story from a woman who identifies herself as a Kuwaiti volunteer nurse. In an interview with Britain's independent television news, she said that she killed up to 22 wounded Iraqi soldiers with lethal injections. The woman who conducted the interview, covered in a black shroud, said she was working in a Kuwaiti hospital tending to people injured in clashes between Iraqi soldiers and Kuwaiti resistance fighters. She says the injections were an opportunity for her to do her part against the enemy.
The Gulf War has been especially hard on Kuwaitis who had to leave their homeland when the Iraqis invaded it. Besma El-Bakri flew to Munster, Indiana when her husband insisted she leave because it wasn't safe at home. Now, she watches the news, hoping to see her husband, but worried about stories of torture.
I feel guilty that I left him, you know. I feel that I should have stood by him. Did you see the blood on the floor? And I was looking at the faces, even though I'm the kind that can't even look at blood. And I was looking at the faces, I was just, you know, on the edge of my seat. I was worried that I'd know someone. If God forbid something happened to my husband, I'd probably go searching for the guy that did it.
It's been more than 2 months since Besma heard from her husband. There are predictions that some phone service will be back by Sunday in Kuwait City.
A 20-year-old Wooddale man was among the last Americans to die in the Gulf War. As Phil Walters reports, Marine Lance Corporal Christian Porter was killed Wednesday in the taking of Kuwait City Airport.
The president was about to speak, and the ceasefire was just hours away when they came to John Porter's door with news of his son.
So it wasn't until they explained to me that what happened that I guess it set in, and then I just felt real cold inside and just...
This war wasn't a war until 8 o'clock Wednesday night when I found out about Christian's death.
Carlos Bonet was Christian Porter's best friend at Fenton High in Bensonville. They graduated together less than 2 years ago.
He brought people up. The morale of the school was up when Christian was around them.
Fewer than 100 Americans killed in the whole war, but one was Christian Porter. The students here had been celebrating the peace when they learned.
And that's what's probably so
gut-wrenching.
He spent a lot of time with, I found out later, with some of the elderly people in the building, going down and talking with them. One lady down on the first floor there said that he'd come and have tea with her.
The father is still learning about his son. Christian loved design and wanted to create sports shoes as a career after the Marines, his father said. But he always wanted to be a Marine first.
Oh, yeah, when he got in basic training, you know, he was, I'm not sure I made the right decision here, Dad. And, you know, let me out of here. But when I went out to graduation, we both broke down and cried. You know, he said, Dad, I've earned this uniform. He said, I'm proud of it.
Christian Porter will be buried in Springfield, where he was born. Phil Walters, Channel 5 News.
In other news, residents of Park City, Illinois tonight are debating whether wrestling should be allowed to continue in a junior high school gym.
Booby traps. They found no evidence that the compound had even been entered by Iraqi troops. Today, the new U.S. ambassador to Kuwait arrived to take up his post.
Mr. Ambassador, on behalf of General Schwarzkopf, Commander-in-Chief of Central Command, all the men and women of Desert Storm, welcome. Thank you very much.
Joining us live here tonight at his new post, the U.S. ambassador to Kuwait.
This is ABC News Nightline. Reporting from Kuwait City with the latest on the Gulf War, Ted Koppel.
This is a nation ricocheting desperately between two moods. On the one hand, the euphoria of happiness that has occurred after 7 months of brutal occupation, and on the other, the deep melancholy of a people wondering what has happened to tens of thousands of family members who have simply disappeared. Kuwait has the resources to heal itself physically, but it will be a long time before it can stop looking nervously over its shoulder toward Iraq. A long time, too, before it can forgive those in this country who collaborated with the Iraqis. There are lessons that have been learned here over the past few months that will never be forgotten. And Kuwait's rulers, when they return, will find a country totally different from the one they fled a few months ago. We begin tonight with this wrap-up report from Dave Marish.
The true challenge before us will be securing the peace.
For President Bush, the challenge is as complex as the cultures and countries the peace must encompass. In Kuwait, the prospect for peace lies half buried in bitterness and bodies. There's been a slaughter on both sides. And on a highway in northern Kuwait, Linda Patillo visited what had been a traffic jam of Iraqis fleeing homeward. It ended as a killing zone.
It's a gruesome sight. There were entire busloads full of soldiers hit by bombs. The Army plans to just bury the entire bus full of soldiers. There's no way to extricate the bodies. They're so badly charred.
In Kuwait City, correspondent Jim Hickey says many Kuwaitis celebrating their liberation feel those bombed on the highway got just what they deserved.
There are two things happening in the streets of Kuwait now. There is an intense joy and intense anger, and both are on the increase. Joy at what the Americans have done for the Kuwaitis, anger at what the Iraqis have done to them.
You will not go in any bunker anywhere around here at all. Don't even think about going in there. 8th Marines had some Marines killed yesterday, as well as wounded, souvenir hunting and all. So stay out of it.
In Saudi Arabia today, the military cleanup continued. And on a much reduced scale, so did the dying.
The battlefield is still a very dangerous area. There still remains isolated incidents with Iraqi forces. We still have substantial minefields out there.
A minefield is where 2 Americans, a male doctor and a female medical aide, were killed when they tried to help some surrendering Iraqi soldiers. Mapping out these remaining minefields is on the agenda for this weekend, when Allied and Iraqi generals will meet to work out the details of a ceasefire, including repatriation of prisoners. Pentagon correspondent Bob Zelnick reminds us the American military mission to the Persian Gulf is going to go on for years.
I think we're going to leave behind about 500 or more M1A1 tanks, plus a lot of bombs and other Air Force type equipment pre-positioned at Saudi and other air bases. You're talking about a carrier battle group in the Arabian Sea. I think you're talking about 10,000 special forces rotating through to train local forces.
While the generals meet this weekend in the desert, the diplomats continue meeting at the UN, hammering out a peace resolution. ABC's David Ensor.
They're trying to come up with the right combination of carrots and sticks, with the emphasis on sticks. They are putting together a list of the demands that the coalition, the allies, and the UN have that Iraq must satisfy before it gets the one carrot, a permanent peace.
One thing everyone agrees with at the United Nations is who won the war, but not in Baghdad. In the Iraqi capital, a combination of government disinformation and private self-deception still holds sway.
At Friday prayers in Baghdad today, these Iraqis heard a sermon which told them Iraq was victorious in the sense that it had stood alone against 30 countries for a month and a half.
But as more foreign radio broadcasts get through and more refugees from the battlefield get home, the truth is sinking in. The death toll could reach 80 to 100,000 Iraqi soldiers. One Iraqi combatant is apparently alive.
We are not targeting Saddam.
But the president is suggesting that Iraq's people might want to.
The Iraqi people should put him aside, and that would facilitate the resolution of all these problems that exist, and certainly would facilitate the acceptance of Iraq back into the family of peace-loving nations.
Rehabilitating Iraq was one of 3 objectives Mr. Bush laid out today as what might be called the first chapter of his cherished New World Order. The other 2 are stabilizing Lebanon and settling the Israeli-Palestinian problem. Secretary of State James Baker sets out next week to try to realize these goals. And as National Security Correspondent John McWethy notes, that task is easier said than done.
On Baker's trip, he's expected to touch all kinds of raw nerves. In the Persian Gulf, for example, he's expected to raise the issue of democracy with some of the royal families. That won't be a very popular notion. And in Israel, he will inform the Shamir government that the United States is going to be putting more pressure on the Israelis to show more flexibility in dealing with the Palestinians.
I think there is a better climate now, and we're going to test it.
The president told his press conference today, quote, "I haven't felt this wonderful euphoric feeling that many of the American people feel." Then he added, "I'm beginning to." A beginning you could read on his face as he left for the weekend at Camp David.
So I'll get there, but I just need a little more time to sort out in my mind how I can say to the American people, it's over, finally. Last T is crossed, last I is dotted.
I'm Dave Marish for Nightline in Washington.
When we come back, we'll take a look at a visit that I spent last night, at least during the course of the night, with some Kuwaiti resistance fighters.
This is ABC.
Kuwait, Saturday morning here in Kuwait. During the course of Friday night, late into the night, I spent some hours with Kuwaiti resistance fighters. Let's take a look at that right now. It was late this evening when we were taken to a home here in Kuwait City that has served for some time now as a neighborhood command center for the Kuwaiti resistance. The men greet one another like old comrades in arms, which they are, even as lifelong friends, which some of them may be. But for months now, they have been working together against the Iraqi occupation without knowing one another's identities. Too many of them, after all, might be, indeed some were, captured and tortured to reveal the names of others in the resistance. And so they worked in tiny cells, each man knowing the name of only 1 or 2 other fighters.
Did you all know that you were in the resistance, or have you only now?
No, just no.
So in the last couple of days?
Yeah. Our commander, open the book. Yeah, regroup us again and introduce each other.
How do you feel about each other?
Good.
You have to understand, we know each other for a long time. Most of us went to the same schools.
But for all these months, you did not know that he was in the resistance? No. You did not know that he was in the resistance? No.
They are engaged these days in 2 grim tasks: compiling lists of missing Kuwaitis who may have been killed or kidnapped to Iraq, and searching the Iraqi command posts in their own neighborhood. This one at a former nursery school, in which the Iraqis left behind a cache of ammunition, variously supplied by the Soviets, the Yemenis, even an old shipment from the Egyptians.
I want you to see the times on these things.
forces.
More than 200 Iraqi soldiers bivouacked in this school, sleeping and cooking their meals in the auditorium, defecating on the floor amidst the crates of mortars and rocket-propelled grenades. The Kuwaitis despair of reclaiming the school. They hope to tear it down and build a new one. We'll be joined in a couple of minutes live by the new U.S. ambassador to Kuwait, but for the moment I'm privileged to have with me a member of the Kuwaiti resistance, Amr al-Jassim. And I guess the first question I have to ask you is, what is the role of the resistance at this point? There is a sense, one sense at least, that the fighting is over, that your struggle is over. Is it?
Yes, the fighting is over, but we believe that our role right now is in securing our neighborhoods, our areas, our suburbs, by having checkpoints and search and seizure for weapons, and also we have to be in the lookout of any strangers that are entering the area. Second, we have also the cleanup of the ammunition, weapons that has been left by the Iraqi troops, in case anybody picks them up and will hurt somebody.
We saw you a little bit earlier in that report that we just had on, looking at a book. You have the names of the missing. One of the biggest jobs, obviously, is finding out what's happened to the missing. How can you possibly do that?
We are trying to organize with our commanders, main commands of the resistance, with the media, because we heard some reports that there's some of them in Saudi Arabia have been intercepted through the withdrawal of the Iraqis. We're also trying to have a list of all the missing in order to be able to try and find anything about them.
What information, Albert, do you have about the number of Kuwaitis who were taken by the Iraqis when they withdrew last weekend?
Before they left, a few days before they left, they rounded up everybody. They saw in the Kuwaiti male, some females in the streets, in their homes. They just see you in your garden, they just walk in and pick you up from the mosques, from many places. In some areas, it reaches about 10% of the population of the area. So if we just look at just simple percentage terms, we think there is between 200 and 250,000 Kuwaiti left in Kuwait. So and let's assume that half of them are men, or 30% is men. We're talking numbers of 10 to 20,000.
One more quick question before we take a break. What is going to happen when the many, many thousands of Kuwaitis who were away on summer vacation in August when the Iraqi invasion occurred, or who may have managed to flee the country, what happens when they come back? What kind of a mix is there going to be between them and you?
I mean, there will be some differences. They will be surprised on how this. They will be surprised that there are going to be different.
Is there going to be a psychological difference?
Psychological difference, the way of treatment, the determination of the Kuwaitis that are left and doing things, and the new concept of working hard instead of the laziness that was prevailing in the country.
What about the relationship between, you had at one point almost as many Palestinians in this country as you had Kuwaitis, and some, not all, perhaps not even most, but some of those Palestinians collaborated with the Iraqis. What's the attitude going to be toward them?
I mean, we're not going to say anything about the Palestinians, because we believe not most, just a minority have collaborated with the Iraqis.
There's no bitterness, there are no hard feelings?
There are some bitterness, there are some hard feelings, but we believe also that the Iraqis have implanted some Palestinians inside Kuwait to be able to flare up the tension that has been building up between the Kuwaitis and the Palestinians.
All right. Amr al-Jassim, thank you very much for joining us. When we come back, I'll be joined live by the new U.S. ambassador to Kuwait.
All the American Army in USA. Thank you. I'm free. I'm free.
When news really matters, it matters where you get your news. ABC News.
And we're joined now by the new U.S. Ambassador to Kuwait, Ambassador Edward Ganim Jr. Mr. Ambassador, I rather assume that that may have something to do with your security. There are an awful lot of security people all around here. Is there a sense of tension? Is there a sense of euphoria about being here? You've been waiting a long time to be able to take up this post.
Oh, it's very true, sir. I'll tell you, excitement, euphoria. Yesterday, those of us who were here for the first day, seeing the streets just packed with people, flags, American flags, Kuwaiti flags, shouting, you know, long live America, America our friend. It's just an incredible situation. I think the security you're seeing is just a concern that as the government is coming back and stability, security is sort of being restored, there's still question marks about things, and they're just being cautious and safe.
I understand. Let me ask you a personal question. As you went, this wasn't the first time you've been in Kuwait.
No, that's correct. I've been in a few times.
As you walked into the embassy yesterday for the first time, knowing that it had been, at least technically, in Iraqi hands for the last, what, 3 or 4 months, I guess, since your predecessor left in November. Tell me a little bit about the emotions that went through your head.
Well, it was emotional, having been here before and having seen it kind of a living sort of organism or an institution, and looking at it reminded me of the first week you go to Boy Scout camp after the long winter. That was a hell of a lot of cleaning up to do.
I'll bet there was. And yet, I was surprised to hear that when the Special Forces went in, it's their impression that the Iraqis either didn't enter at all, or if they did no damage. Why do you think that was?
Well, they may have entered the compound, but they certainly didn't do any major like booby trapping or mining, and they certainly didn't do any major damage. I think that at that point in time, they were just so afraid that if they did enter the compound, if you remember, there was a lot of talk about diplomats and diplomatic communities and hostages, that we might use that as a reason to launch a war, and they were just being very careful.
You know, it's amazing, given what has happened between Iraq and the United States over the last few weeks in particular, that they would show such sensitivity to the diplomatic immunity of a building. Do you think that all along they sort of felt that this thing could still be resolved without war?
Oh, personally I do, yes. Personally I believe that Saddam was always going to play right to the edge, you know, try for that one more day or two, always believing that something would collapse, the coalition, the Arab support, American public support. I believe right to the very end he figured he could play us right at the edge. Even this diplomatic stuff with Moscow at the end, I put in that category.
What do you think can be done now? I mean, I was just talking, as you heard, you were standing there as I was talking to one of the resistance fighters here, and of course the people here are terribly, terribly hurt and concerned about what they believe to be the tens of thousands of missing Kuwaitis, some of whom may have been taken by the Iraqis. How's that going to be resolved?
They are concerned. I think if there's any one sort of subject that came up to me yesterday, there was none more than that important in their questioning. They've been knocking at the door of the embassy all day, the hopes of us having a list of people that were missing. We have this, the coalition has this on its list of subjects to discuss with the Iraqis. Very much the release of the Kuwaitis who were taken hostage in the last few days.
How is this country going to be rebuilt? I don't now mean physically. There is obviously the money here and the resources to rebuild the country. But what is your feeling about how things will move politically? Obviously, the young men and women who have been fighting within the resistance, they are changed. They're not the same people they were on August 1st of last year.
I think that's absolutely right. And it's hard not to think, where you and I both have daughters who went to school together, and you know what happens the first time they come home from college for a break, having been free for a while.
Yeah.
Yes, emotions are there here as well. I think the people who fought, who suffered, definitely want to see them having a stronger and more active role in the government. And I think the government's committed to that. They had a huge conference in Jeddah last fall, 1,400 Kuwaitis, all walks of life. The Crown Prince only 2 weeks ago committed the government to restoring parliament, elections, and that means broader participation, and I think we're quite delighted that they feel that way too.
All right, Mr. Ambassador, we're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with Ambassador Ganim in just a moment. Sometimes during wartime, atrocity stories are exaggerated. I'm sure before you came in here yesterday, that you've been thoroughly briefed on that. Do you think they have been exaggerated, or are they as bad as we have been hearing?
No, I don't think they were exaggerated. I always, prior to coming back, was careful in reporting them to make sure that we were reasonably confident about them. But I'm afraid I heard too many individual family stories of losing children, losing fathers, rapes, beheadings. I believe them, and when you're here, you're going to meet people that are going to tell you about their own family, and it's really tragic.
Even as you and I stand on this hotel rooftop, we can look off to the horizon there, and we see it's a beautiful blue sky day, but you can see the billowing black clouds on the horizon, and sometimes by mid-afternoon here it becomes absolutely dark because of the smoke from the oil fires. How are they going to be capped? What's going to be done? What's the United States going to do to help there?
Well, the Kuwaiti government has contracted with 3 Texas firms to come out and start working on these fires, but it's going to take a long time. There are about 600 wells burning, most of them sabotaged by the Iraqis as they were leaving. And as you said, I think 2 days ago at 2:30 in the afternoon, it was pitch black. It's pitch black over the city. So we just have a little sun today because the wind is blowing the other direction.
All right, Mr. Ambassador, I wish you good luck here. You've got an interesting and difficult post. Welcome to Kuwait.
Thank you, and to you too.
Thank you, sir. That's our report for tonight. I'm Ted Koppel, reporting live from Kuwait City. For all of us here at ABC News and around the world, good night.
One hospital volunteer talks about what happened to a woman that he knew.
Half of the head was taken off with an axe or something, and a bullet here through the mouth, and 3 bullets here, and also one, small bullet, small ass scars around her body.
Hospital workers say the Iraqis brought only a small percentage of their victims to the hospitals. They say many other bodies were simply dumped on the streets or near the homes of victims' relatives.
When Iraqi troops were ordered to leave Kuwait, some tried to take along things that belonged to Kuwaiti civilians. Robert Moore shows us what happened when Allied bombers caught them running away. These pictures are also disturbing, but the worst scenes have been edited out.
The road out of Kuwait to Basra. For many of the fleeing Iraqi soldiers, this was their last journey. Vehicles lie scattered and destroyed, with bodies along the roadside. And as we move south along the road, we found a scene of carnage. A huge convoy of trucks and stolen civilian cars and armored vehicles hit by the Americans from the air with their cluster bombs.
And CNN's Jeff Levine takes a closer look at General Kelly.
When Lieutenant General Thomas Kelly marches into the Pentagon briefing room, the news media come to attention.
The number that I can come up with for you is 1 Iraqi army destroyed.
Kelly has taken the lead role in describing the Gulf War effort to the Pentagon Press Corps. And during the 6 weeks of the conflict, Kelly, a soldier for 34 years, has shown that he can take the heat while keeping his cool.
Could something flare up as far as you can tell?
Did you ever see a mouse sitting outside a cat sitting outside a mouse hole? Our troops are vigilant.
The plain-talking general has earned a reputation as the briefer who shoots straight.
None of what I do is contrived. I don't go in there saying, here's how I'm going to handle that. Honest to God, I don't. I'm not sure I'm smart enough to do that.
The Pentagon briefing room could have become a battleground between the news media and U.S. military officials. But General Kelly, a former tank commander, diffused many reporters' questions. One of his weapons, a keen sense of humor.
I didn't take any heat during the Vietnam War. A lot of VC took a lot of heat.
Reporters in the Gulf have complained bitterly that the Pentagon's insistence on media rules has limited their access to the battlefield. But the dean of the Pentagon Press Corps says Kelly has kept the media well informed stateside.
I've heard him seen other people who didn't do as well, people who weren't comfortable. I think that reporters in the country are lucky to have a man like this.
One of Kelly's strengths as a briefer is that he's plugged into the command loop as Director of Operations for the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
He understands that you can't go up there and speak defense-ese, as a lot of people around this building do. He's pretty good about speaking English.
But there's been some sniping at Kelly's terminology to describe the war. For instance, attrit, Pentagon jargon for killing.
He's being attrited while he's doing all this waiting. I've gotten all kinds of letters that say attrit is a good and valid word. It's in the Oxford English Dictionary, it's in the Merriam-Webster Dictionary, and it means to wear down.
One of Kelly's favorite words is honesty.
My mother told me once that you should never sell the American people short, that they're a lot smarter than anybody gives them credit for, and they're going to...
Jeff Levine, CNN, at the Pentagon.
The only thing under fire now in the 2nd Marines camp are their hot dogs. Sitting around the campfire trading war stories, these Marines talked about sights they will never forget.
Hey, me and my Marines got 6 POWs. We all missed out. I got to stay on the damn track. These POWs my eyes. They held their hands up and walked towards you. Yeah, that was a lot of trouble there, folks. I threw them on the ground and tied them up. That was a lot of trouble, hog tying. He was sitting there on his face already. All he had to do was walk over and tie him up. Yeah, he was really fighting. Yeah, the white flag just waving it up and down like he was... Okay, no, that's not a POW. That guy surrendered. You can see it in their eyes. They were just devastated. Those guys, the air. You see when the plane flew over? All the POWs were like, looking all up. They're about to make a break for it. American friend, Lieutenant Cheney asked them why they didn't go back there. Back there? No way, we waited for you. They were just fly putting and they got ran over. They just left them. They did. Should have got picture with that zoo. That'd been a good picture. Yeah, he's gonna keep talking about that too. I know. I'm pissed off. I got a picture of that. Picture what? That zoo, that anti-aircraft tank that was sitting out there. Hey, Doc. Me and Benson started burglary. He's standing on the roof of his tank and knocking on the roof with a rifle butt. Ding, ding, come on out of there. Pulling everybody in it then. Wasn't nothing wrong with it though. It hadn't been bombed. It was just sitting there. You should have put in a request sheet, see if they gave it to you. Yeah, I just tagged it. I was sitting in my front yard. I tell you, I'm right. I killed this pig on the way out here. With this? With that? Yes, Mike Herbert. We dug all them holes for him. Move, dig. Oh, we dug too many holes. Yeah, we'll go back to legit. It's been a week in the field squad defense. You watch. Dig in. No. Just lose it right there.
You've got 24 hours to dig a fighting hole, a sleeping position, and a trench through style.
And then we secure the building. He's back there with the POWs. We secure the building. It starts raining. We took a 360 outside in the rain. We're sitting there in the rain, and I'm like, this is crazy.
Truck full of kids comes like, hey!
Pickles attacking him, sitting out there, right? And you hear the fighting going on over there. We're thinking, yeah, damn, war's right across the street. We're sitting there looking around. And you hear this truck coming. These guys come zipping by like 90 miles an hour with a big flag. He's in the back of a pickup truck with a rifle above his head going, yeah! He's just flying down the road.
You see that Toyota with a 50 cal on the back?
Yeah.
I'm gonna get one of those.
You know these things, I just sat down and started eating, man. I thought the war was coming up and this guy was flying by in a pickup truck. Hollering.
Yeah, them chicks screaming too. Where the hell did they come from?
Yeah, my grunt alarm heard that about 2,000 people.
I had time to run down the road and wait for it.
When we come back, we talk with the family of a soldier who died along doing volunteer duty right along the front lines.
You can make more money during a recession when you have the right information. Every week, the Kiplinger Washington letter is like financial radar. It helps you cut through the thick fog of economic uncertainty. It takes you behind the headlines and shows you how to make money. Kiplinger answers your tough questions. What should you do now about your job, your business, taxes, your investments? Every week, Kiplinger shows you how to safely move ahead and profit. The next 4 issues can make or save you hundreds of dollars, and they're yours free. And when you call today, you'll also receive free this 48-page investment guide. Discover how you can cash in on a nearly perfect investment vehicle, plus so much more. Call now for 4 free issues. Kiplinger will bill you for $48, a $15 savings off the regular rate. If you're not satisfied, return the bill marked cancel and owe nothing. Call 1-800-776-6300. That's 1-800-776-6300.
Just last Sunday, a Texas soldier died, killed by an enemy landmine. Back home, they're calling him a hero who did what he had to do. More from CNN's Mike Capps.
This frame farmhouse in Hays County, Texas is home for the Collins family. Army Specialist 4 Mel Collins moved his family here shortly before he left for duty in Saudi Arabia.
He was always volunteering for stuff.
Collins' wife Ruthie says her husband re-enlisted in the Army 3 years ago when jobs in Texas became scarce. Technically, her husband did not have to go to the desert. He broke his wrist during physical training, but later cut off the cast so doctors could not stop him from going to war.
Oh, I know that's why. He said, this isn't going to make, they're not going to make me stay here when everybody else is going. So that's why he cut it off. I'm proud of my husband for going, but I would have been proud of him if he came home with the troops instead of coming home like this.
Mel Collins served as a petroleum supply specialist, hauling fuel to Army fighting vehicles. Although the Army hasn't said exactly how Collins died, apparently he was on voluntary hazardous duty when a landmine blew up.
He went over there without really having to go when he went. He could have stayed around longer, but he wanted to go with his company and fight for his country then, so he went to the limits of taking off a cast to do it.
Collins' son holds no grudge against the military.
Have no reason to. He wanted to go. It was his place to go. He was in the Army, so he could go. And I'm just real proud of him.
So proud, David Collins plans on a military career after college.
I can't say enough about him. He's one in a million.
Veterans all over Mel Collins' home county praise his bravery and dedication.
How many men would want to leave their families, especially their youngsters, and go over there and get into harm's way? Very few. But he did it, and we're proud of him.
Creel says Americans will always depend on the integrity and love of country men like Mel Collins had. Had Mel Collins returned, he'd have been eligible to join the VFW post in Kyle, Texas, near his hometown, and he would have been welcomed with open arms. The post commander reinforces the notion that Mel Collins is an American hero. He says Mel Collins is what the military is all about, is what America is all about. Mike Capps, CNN, Kyle, Texas.
And when we return, we will show you what happened when Iraqi troops ran for home, but the bombs came down.
POWs. And there are reports that the Iraqi southern port city of Basra may be in chaos. Intelligence reports say thousands of displaced Iraqi soldiers and civilians are swarming into streets. With more on all of this, we go live now to CNN's Mike Chenoy in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Mike.
Good day, Cheryl. U.S. military sources are reporting continuing skirmishes with Iraqi troops at various places along the battlefront. The main reason, apparently, the communications among the Iraqi units are so bad, many of them are not aware that they lost the war. In one incident, American briefers said that an Iraqi unit attacked elements of the U.S. 24th Infantry Division with tanks and rocket-propelled grenades. The U.S. troops returned the fire and destroyed several tanks and took a large number of prisoners. There were no American casualties. However, there were 2 Americans killed in incidents involving mines. And one was in a light vehicle which ran over a mine and exploded. Another was killed by shrapnel when a vehicle in front of him hit a mine and was destroyed. All of these episodes have underscored the urgent need for that meeting between Allied commanders and Iraqi commanders to sort out what is going to happen in relation to a permanent ceasefire. That meeting now due to be held on Sunday. It was delayed 1 day at the request of the Iraqis. Brigadier General Richard Neal, the American briefer, said the delay did not appear to indicate an unwillingness on the part of the Iraqis to talk. Rather, he attributed it to what he called housekeeping problems on the side of the Iraqis, like sorting out who would be in their delegation and how they would get to the meeting site. The answer to that last question is by land. American officials are expressing confidence that they will be able to dictate terms to the Iraqis at the meeting.
We're going in with a very confident position, and we're going to, in great detail, tell them these aren't negotiations. We're going in there and tell them some preconditions, mill-to-mill type preconditions, that hopefully can mitigate any more of these small incidents that I've reported over the last 2 or 3 days that are costing lives on both sides.
The major items on the agenda are, first of all, the release of all prisoners of war and hostages. Secondly, laying plans to clear out all those mines that the Iraqis had put in the Kuwait theater of operations. And third, setting up a line of demarcation to keep the rival armies apart so there can be a real ceasefire. On another matter, the U.S. briefer confirmed earlier reports that the city of Basra in southern Iraq is in a state of chaos. The city is reported closed with civilians and clogged with civilians and soldiers trying to flee out of the city to the north. It's also clogged by Iraqi troops coming into the city from the battlefield. American briefers said that the incoming Iraqi troops are presumably spreading news about the defeat suffered by the Iraqi army, and that is, the Allies hope, going to contribute to undermining public confidence among the Iraqi people in Saddam Hussein. Meanwhile, there are other reports that Iraqi exiles want to set up a provisional government in Basra and perhaps get the help of some Iraqi prisoners of war to form some kind of force to fight against Saddam Hussein. Allied officials aren't talking about any of this publicly, but their willingness to publicize the unrest in Basra does suggest that they are hopeful it will contribute to the eventual toppling of Saddam Hussein. Mike Chenoy, CNN, reporting live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Mike. President George Bush sent a message today to the U.S. Armed Forces in the Gulf. It was in the form of a radio address transmitted over the Armed Forces Network. The president did not stint in his praise.
Never have I been more proud of our troops, or more proud to be your commander-in-chief. For today, amid prayers of thanks and hope, the Kuwaiti flag once again flies high above Kuwait City. And it's there because you and your coalition allies put it there. Kuwait is liberated, and soon hometowns across America will be welcoming back home the finest combat force ever assembled: Army, Navy, Coast Guard, Marines, Air Force, the brave men and women of the United States of America. Saddam Hussein's dreams of dominating the Middle East by the terror of a nuclear arsenal and an army of 1 million men threatened the future of our children and the entire world. And the world was faced with a simple choice. If international law and sanctions could not remove Saddam Hussein from Kuwait, then we had to free Kuwait from Saddam Hussein. And that's exactly what you did. Throughout 7 long and arduous months, the troops of 28 nations stood with you, shoulder to shoulder, in an unprecedented partnership for peace. Today, we thank you, for the victory in Kuwait was born in your courage and resolve. The stunning success of our troops was the result of superb training, superb planning, superb execution, and incredible acts of bravery. The Iraqi army was defeated. 42 divisions were put out of action. They lost 3,000 tanks, almost 2,000 armored vehicles, more than 2,000 artillery pieces, and over 500,000 Iraqi soldiers were captured, defeated, or disarmed. You were as good as advertised. You were indeed good to go. This is a war we did not seek and did not want. But Saddam Hussein turned a deaf ear to the voices of peace and reason. And when he began burning Kuwait to the ground and intensifying the murder of its people, the coalition faced a moral imperative to put a stop to the atrocities in Kuwait once and for all. Boldly, bravely, you did just that. And when the rubber met the road, you did it in just 6 weeks and 100 decisive hours. The evil Saddam has done can never be forgotten, but his power to attack his neighbors and threaten the peace of the region is today grievously reduced. He has been stripped of his capacity to project offensive military power. His regime is totally discredited, and as a threat to peace, the day of this dictator is over. And the bottom line is this: Kuwait's night of terror has ended. Thomas Jefferson said that the price of freedom is eternal vigilance. We must remain vigilant to make absolutely sure the Iraqi dictator is never, ever allowed to stoke the ashes of defeat into the burning embers of aggression. The sacrifice you've already made demands nothing less. The sacrifice of those who gave their lives will never be forgotten. Saddam made many mistakes, but one of the biggest was to underestimate the determination of the American people and the daring of our troops. We saw in the desert what Americans have learned through 215 years of history about the difference between democracy and dictatorship. Soldiers who fight for freedom are more committed than soldiers who fight because they are enslaved. Americans today are confident of our country, confident of our future, and most of all, confident about you. We promised you'd be given the means to fight. We promised not to look over your shoulder. We promised this would not be another Vietnam. And we kept that promise. The specter of Vietnam has been buried forever in the desert sands of the Arabian Peninsula. Today, the promise of spring is almost upon us. The promise of regrowth and renewal. Renewed life in Kuwait. Renewed prospects for real peace throughout the Middle East. And a renewed sense of pride and confidence here at home. And we are committed to seeing every American soldier and every Allied POW home soon, home to the thanks and the respect and the love of a grateful nation and a very grateful president. Yes, there remain vital and difficult tests ahead, both here and abroad, but nothing the American people can't handle. America has always accepted the challenge, paid the price, and passed the test. On this day, our spirits are high as our flag, and our future is as bright as liberty's torch. Tomorrow we dedicate ourselves anew, as Americans always have, and as Americans always will. The first test of the new world order has been passed. The hard work of freedom awaits. Thank you, congratulations, and God bless the United States of America.
President Bush addressing the U.S. troops today. We have more coverage of the conflict in the Gulf just ahead, including the release of a CBS television news crew after nearly 6 weeks in the hands of the Iraqis.
The United States flag flying over the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait. We'll have a live report from Kuwait City coming up.
Day after day, night after night, there's an easy way to save on AT&T long distance. And all it takes to get started is one simple phone call. Just call 1-800-874-4300 for the AT&T Reach Out America plan. Reach Out America gives you an additional 25% discount starting at 5 p.m. So you'll get the biggest discount during the best time to call. But that's just the beginning. The AT&T Reach Out America plan also gives you a 10% daytime discount. Great. Plus an hour of weekend and night calls, so you can call all across America for one low price.
Oh, my assistant just brought me a copy of the budget.
To order the AT&T Reach Out America plan, call 1-800-874-4300. You'll get a 25% discount off our already low prices from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. An hour of weekend and night calls, plus our daytime discount. It all adds up to savings 24 hours a day.
Hi, Grandma. Yes, I'm fine, and so is Harry.
And it costs just $8.70 a month. Order the AT&T Reach Out America plan now and see how easy it is to save on AT&T long distance 24 hours a day. To order, call 1-800-874-4300. Need another reason?
And call, Maria.
The plan also includes an international discount at no extra charge.
I'll be there tomorrow.
You can even get an option that lets you save on calls away from home. And it's so easy to order. Just call 1-800-874-4300. And save on quality AT&T long distance, day and night. AT&T, the right choice.
Among numerous stories coming out of Kuwait City, the capital of Kuwait, there are horror stories. CNN's Tom Mentir is there talking to us live now. Tom.
Dave, some of the horror stories involve the environment. This is a city that is still feeling the effects of war long after the gunshots have stopped. There is an oil slick off to my left, off to my right, coming in with the northerly winds that are blowing here now is a black cloud in the sky, a black cloud that when it rains here turns the rain into black rain, and it just covers everything with a black soot. The oil fires in northern Kuwait are still burning out of control. Hundreds of oil wells are still on fire. These scenes that you're seeing now are from the Kuwait-Iraq border. CNN traveled up there today trying to get into the Basra area. We were stopped by the U.S. military prior to Basra, but we were very close to many of those fires that continue to burn out of control unabated. No one has been able to do anything yet about putting them out. They are all over Iraq, and the other day it turned the daylight into night with the black smoke coming from the fires in a thunderstorm. When they combined over the capital of Kuwait City, it turned it completely dark, darker than any lunar eclipse I have ever seen. You could not see anything in this city as the black cloud from the oil fires made their way across. Earlier today, the new U.S. ambassador to Kuwait, Edward Gahim, traveled to El Sabah Hospital. He went there to see some of the patients. Many of them are Iraqi soldiers who said that they were forced into coming to Kuwait, said they did not want to be here. The ambassador talked to them. His Arabic is quite good. He spent a lot of time with the patients in the hospital and toured the entire facility. Also, at the American Embassy today, another flag is flying. This one had flown over the U.S. Capitol. The other day they had a flag-raising ceremony. The flag that was taken down here in Kuwait City by former Ambassador Nathaniel Howell was put up the flagpole. Today, a flag flew over the Capitol. It was raised by New York Senator Alphonse D'Amato. D'Amato also met with the ambassador this afternoon and called for war crimes trials for the Iraqis and the atrocities that have allegedly been committed against Kuwaitis here. And they are stories that will be told for a long time. Just about everywhere you go, people say that a family member, a cousin, a brother, a sister were hurt or brutalized by the Iraqi troops while they were here. And just about every house you go into has something missing. They say the Iraqis started out first by taking the tires off of cars, gradually worked their way inside the houses and the closets of people, and went so far as to take the wallpaper off the walls and the carpeting off the floors. They carted off doorknobs, light fixtures, just about everything they could get their hands on and load into a truck. And many of those things were caught in a crossfire just north of here, about 20 miles north of Kuwait City. Yesterday we went to visit what looked like a killing field. It was a traffic jam that had been cut off as their Iraqi soldiers tried to head back with their tanks and weapons into Iraq, and they were caught with an air raid and stopped in their tracks on this highway that they were traveling on both lanes in the same direction. So right now, the flag of the United States is flying once again over the U.S. Embassy. There is a new ambassador here, and he has taken to this city very quickly. The first day after he arrived, he walked out in the street during one of the celebrations that has gone on now for 2 days straight here, where they were shooting off weapons that made his security people a little nervous. And today he toured a hospital where Iraqi soldiers who are now prisoners of war are being held. He also made sure to ask the doctors if their names had been supplied to the Red Cross as prisoners of war, something he criticized the Iraqis for failing to do until this day. Tom Mentir, CNN, reporting live from Kuwait City.
Thank you, Tom. Iraq may be ready to exchange prisoners of war. The International Committee of the Red Cross told the British government today Iraqi authorities are ready to carry out prisoner exchanges with the Allies. A British spokesman says the Red Cross indicated Baghdad is ready to make that proposal at the ceasefire talks Sunday. 4 members of a CBS News crew are free today after spending nearly 6 weeks captive in Iraq. Iraq held the men after they disappeared near the Saudi-Kuwaiti border in the first days of the war. CNN's Peter Arnett has their story.
Released after nearly 6 weeks in Iraqi captivity, the CBS News crew spent overnight in Baghdad's Al Rashid Hotel before assembling for a brief chat with fellow journalists and heading off for home via Jordan. The crew had been held for the past 2 weeks in Baghdad after their capture along the Kuwaiti border in January. CNN has learned the building where they'd been held was bombed by Allied airplanes in the last days of the war. but that the CBS crew was in a bomb shelter at the time and unhurt. Correspondent Simon said all 4 were relieved to be free.
Hasn't been easy. It's been a long and a difficult 40 days and 40 nights. But the point is that, as you can see, we've lost a little weight. We've aged a little, but we're fine. This is a story that could have ended another way, but it's had a happy ending.
On our behalf to make
Producer Peter Bluff was equally grateful.
Relieved, not so much for ourselves as that the pain and hardship and all the terrible things that our loved ones have been going through is over.
Prior to leaving overland for Jordan, the CBS crew was taken to a locality in Baghdad which officials said had been bombed during the war by Allied planes. An information ministry statement said their release was the Iraqi government's response to a direct request by the Soviet government and the personal appeal of Soviet envoy Yevgeny Primakov, who has made several peace missions to Baghdad and is an old acquaintance of President Saddam Hussein. There has also been a massive international appeal launched by colleagues, friends, and family on behalf of the CBS News team. Correspondent Simon indicated that the CBS group, which included Roberto Alvarez, a cameraman, and Juan Caldera, a soundman, had met other Western prisoners, probably pilots, during their captivity. Bob Simon expressed the hope that all prisoners of war might soon be free. The Iraqi government has announced it will meet with Allied military commanders on the battlefield Sunday morning to discuss a prisoner release along with other things. Peter Arnett, CNN, Baghdad.
Coming up, the UN Security Council may vote today on terms of a ceasefire.
Also, we'll have the latest from Mark McKay on sports.
A 6-year-old in her first two-wheeler. My favorite kind of customer. But no sooner do they take off her training wheels than someone takes off with her bike. So her father calls the police, and then Citibank Visa. Well, the bike never turns up, but it turns out Citibank has a program that replaces it free. I see what Citibank does for their customers. That's why I became one.
Not just Visa, Citibank Visa. Calumet Farm in Kentucky has produced more legendary racehorses than any other stable. Whirlaway, Citation, Alidar. When excellence becomes a tradition, there's no end to the greatness. And it doesn't happen only in horse racing. Ford has set the pace in the auto industry from the outset. And with billions of dollars invested in models like our new Crown Victoria and Grand Marquis, we're going to stay out in front. Ford Motor Company.
Ricola, the all-natural herb cough drop imported from Switzerland. Ricola has been soothing throats and relieving coughs naturally for over 60 years.
Words of wisdom about brown rice from Kellogg's Kenline. Meg Lynn's grandfather is teaching her the secret to lifelong health. Live well, eat well. And for centuries,
Glen Rock, New Jersey store into a virtual shrine of marine memorabilia and photographs of his son Matt.
I was concerned, worried about all of them, because I know he's in infantry with the U.S. Marine Corps. He had a critical job. He's in weapons platoon, which means he's a machine gunner. And I didn't know if he's going to be in Kuwait or where he was.
Barrett's fears evaporated this week when he saw his son on a televised news story.
There he is. That's Matt. That's my son, right there. That's him. When I saw him that he was in a safe zone with the prisoner of war, that meant that they rounded up the prisoner of war, so he got a better job than I thought, somewhat, that he was not in the ground forces going in door to door, you know, and mopping up in the combat zone, they call it, in the city of Kuwait.
People in town have been very supportive of U.S. troops in the Gulf.
I prayed for peace for a long time, and a lot of people have been very supportive in our community, Glen Rock, New Jersey. They're coming home, and thank God we have these troops, and there's peace now, finally.
Corporal Matthew Barrett will have a lot of reading and sorting to do when he gets home.
I'm saving everything, all the newspapers. I buy him, every paper I buy, I'm going to save it, because he's going to cherish that when he comes home.
Barrett says the troops are heroes, and while he thanks them all, he has some specific words for his son.
I want to say I love him, thank him for the job he did, And I miss him. Can't wait for him to come home so we have one big party for him and all the troops.
Norma Quarles, CNN, reporting.
Mikhail Gorbachev made a personal appeal to Saddam Hussein for their release. The man appeared weary and thankful their ordeal was over.
I want to, and I can't find the word for this. Because regret is not a strong enough word. Might not be a strong enough word for the pain I know I caused my loved ones. I'll try to make up for it in every way I can. And I thank God that the four of us are alive.
Simon, London Bureau Chief Peter Bluff, cameraman Roberto Alvarez, and soundman Juan Caldera disappeared January 21st near the Kuwaiti border in Saudi Arabia. Iraq says the men were detained after they illegally entered the country. The commander...
Let me ask you, what's the lesson to be learned from reporters going off and on their own the way Bob Simon did?
The lesson to be learned is that there's some very good reporters that are willing to take the risks of getting the story.
And you think those risks are worth taking?
I think it's up to them. During Vietnam, we lost 5 people who were killed in action. And I would never order them to do it. It was up to them, and I didn't. I told them that safety came first. But if they wanted to do it, we weren't going to fault them.
Do you agree with that, Craig?
I think it's an absolute personal choice that the reporter has to make. I think the reporter has to discuss it with his producer, his management, his editors.
And his wife.
And his wife. You know, the usual suspects. You have to, discuss it. What are you going to do? But then I also think that comes with that, there can't be a lot of excessive hand-wringing when things go wrong. You can't try to involve the government, for instance, in getting
See
more.
eye to eye. Top military officials from both sides met face-to-face today in a tent in the Iraqi desert. Allied Commander General Norman Schwarzkopf says the two sides agreed on all matters and that the meeting was a major step forward for peace.
I think that we have made a major step forward in the cause of peace, and I have every expectation that if we continue the open and frank and cooperative dialogue that we had today, and I would say very candidly that the Iraqis came to discuss and to cooperate with a positive attitude, that we are well on our way to a lasting peace.
Here now, some of the terms of the ceasefire. Both sides agreed to the immediate release of all war prisoners and other detainees. Iraq is believed to be holding 13 Allied prisoners of war and up to 22,000 Kuwaiti captives. Estimates of Iraqi prisoners range from 80,000 to 175,000. A full-scale exchange will be preceded by an initial symbolic release. Iraq will have to accept terms of the latest ceasefire resolution that was passed by the UN Security Council, and only then will the Allies withdraw troops from Iraqi territory. There's no word yet on when the formal ceasefire might actually be signed. General Schwarzkopf says Iraq must next accept the resolution voted on Saturday by the UN Security Council. That 13th resolution upholds the dozen previous ones and calls on Iraq to end all hostile acts against the coalition forces. The UN Security Council also demands an immediate release of prisoners of war and says Iraq must rescind its annexation of Kuwait. The Security Council will declare a formal ceasefire only when Iraq notifies the UN Secretary General and the Council of its acceptance of the conditions. The vote on the resolution was 11 in favor, 1 against, with 3 abstentions. The end of hostilities in the Gulf is looking more and more certain. Secretary of Defense Dick Cheney says he hopes to have a plan for an orderly U.S. withdrawal in the next week or two. But not all U.S. forces will be pulled back. Cheney foresees a long-term presence for U.S. naval and air units in the strategic and volatile region. That's our latest news update for you. More on Operation Desert Storm coming up at the top of the hour. Stay tuned now for Your Money. Thanks for joining us. I'm Marianne Laughlin.
is your money. With
1981 to 1986, both attempts were dissolved by the ruling family. Now the National Assembly building stands empty and gutted by departing Iraqi troops.
Tiny Kuwait has been ruled by the powerful Al Sabah family from the 18th century. In 1962, a constitution created a parliamentary system, but the ruling family has shown little enthusiasm for it. 2 days after the liberation of Kuwait, 45-year-old Hamid Joan, a former member of parliament and opposition leader, was shot in the chest by a gunman when he answered his doorbell. He says his assailant was a Kuwaiti.
When he shot at me, I was smiling.
Do you think it was politically motivated?
I'll go with this explanation, yes. I think so, yes.
Despite the assassination attempt, many Kuwaitis hope Iraq's cruel occupation and the American-led liberation have tipped the scales in favor of democracy.
We think the Americans and Europeans would like to their sacrifice to be for the cause of democracy, rather than handing power again for a single person or a family.
Now that it is basking in the unfamiliar role of hero in this part of the world, the U.S. government appears bent in that direction.
There will be parliamentary elections. The ambassador thinks women should be permitted to vote in this area of the world. That is a radical departure, but he feels very strongly about it. So I think you're going to see parliamentary elections.
Currently under martial law, Kuwait's move toward democracy may not be as fast as proponents would like. But with world pressure and attention focused on the oil state, the ruling family seems to have little choice other than establishing a form of constitutional monarchy. John Sweeney, CNN, Kuwait.
A revolt against Saddam Hussein may indeed be underway in the southern Iraqi city of Basra. Sri Lankan refugees who fled to Kuwait say residents of Basra are battling in the streets with troops loyal to Hussein. The Iranian news agency reports anti-Hussein demonstrations have been held in 2 towns in eastern Iraq. In the capital, there are signs that life is returning somewhat to normal. Markets are open, and Iraqi officials have ordered schools to reopen by Saturday. CNN's Peter Arnett says restoring sewage treatment is a top priority to prevent the spread of disease. And Iraqi television is back on the air for the first time since the height of the Allied bombing campaign. A Soviet spokesman says Saddam Hussein would not be welcome in the Soviet Union if he sought asylum there. The spokesman said today he hopes Hussein won't ask. Baghdad Radio reports Hussein held a meeting with his advisors last night. In what may be a move to protect his administration from a coup, Hussein is reportedly moving some troops from the Turkish border towards central Iraq. Baghdad Radio also reports the Defense Ministry is demobilizing tens of thousands of Iraqi soldiers born between 1953 and 1956. Egyptian President Hosni Mubarak says a new dawn is breaking in the Middle East. Today, Mubarak spoke before an emergency session of Egypt's parliament on the post-Gulf War outlook for the region. He praised the Allied coalition and had harsh words for Saddam Hussein. He also talked about the future of the Middle East.
A solution to the Palestinian question would be the key to achieving peace in the Arab world. We have no intention of using that question. This falsified claim, this allegation that the occupation of Kuwait is the road to liberating Jerusalem. We have to do away with all these corrupt cards.
The Gulf ceasefire reportedly has led to some divisions within Israel's cabinet. Voice of Israel Radio says there were sharp exchanges at today's meetings. Some ministers are seeking new solutions to the Palestinian question, but others want to stick by an old peace plan which provides for elections in the occupied territories. Also today, Israeli warplanes bombed Palestinian guerrilla positions in southern Lebanon. At least 4 guerrillas were wounded. Bush administration officials say the first wave of U.S. troops could return from
The battlefield, as I said, remains a very dangerous place with the mines and with the unexploded munitions. We're very hopeful that by virtue of the military discussions this afternoon, that there's unlikely to be any more big fights. Procedures are in effect which should prevent this. There's never a guarantee on the battlefield, particularly with some isolated units still probably not receiving the word of the cessation of offensive operations. But we feel very confident that given the arrangements made today, that we shouldn't experience any more real significant problems. But I would caution you that we are in our defensive positions and we are ready to transition to the offense should the need require. That concludes my comments. I'm ready for your questions. Yes, Skip?
General, this symbolic release of POWs that was discussed this afternoon, do we have any indication at this point that this will include some or all of the American POWs, or is that entirely up to the Iraqis?
Right now, I really don't know the details. I had an opportunity to speak with General Schwarzkopf. He had just arrived back in the building 15 minutes prior to my coming over here, and so we didn't get into the discussion of the details, so I can't really answer your question with any confidence. Yes?
One of the things we didn't hear anything about was the identity of members of the Iraqi delegation. Can you talk to us about that a bit?
Geez, I didn't bring the names over here. I know who they were. Let me get you the information after the thing. Yeah.
The Army commander or Republican Guard commander, at least by function right now, and we would like to get the names later.
One was the 3rd Corps commander, and one was the number 3 in the Ministry of Defense. I think he was the chief. In fact, he was the chief of staff in the Ministry of Defense for the Armed Forces. Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us a little bit more about the lines of demarcation you've agreed on to prevent any further clashes between the two sides?
Without getting into real specific detail, I don't know if this map can really show you adequately, but obviously this is all Kuwait. That's not a problem. Basically, the line of demarcation runs roughly where you saw the disposition of our U.S. forces, and it runs along here, obviously up here. Along the Tigris-Euphrates is a good line of demarcation, at least to get you in the ballpark, I guess, for lack of a better term. What we tried to do in determining and presenting it to the Iraqi delegation was to put it on easily identifiable terrain features so that, in fact, there wouldn't be any problems with identification of this demarcation. So we're pretty comfortable. They were comfortable from our discussions. They were comfortable that, in fact, this was a good piece of easily identifiable for troops on the ground and troops in the air, if, in fact, that occurs. And it ran out to about here and then came down right along this area here. This map is not really very good to show you, but suffice to say, both sides were very comfortable with the agreement on the line of demarcation. Yes, sir?
Can you tell us anything about the control measures to prevent the contact between the armed forces?
No, quite honestly, I can't. I didn't have the opportunity to pursue that with General Schwarzkopf, and I just do not give you idle speculation. I know with some of the things that were being discussed, but I don't know what was agreed upon. Yes, sir?
Is there some kind of north-south avenue for any Iraqis below the U.S. troops now? And can they leave with arms if they're down there now trying to get out?
That falls in the details that I really don't have the confidence to give you right at this moment. And as I say, we'll release them as soon as we have them.
Which additional steps have to be taken until a ceasefire can be signed?
Well, basically, I think it's the steps were lined out by the President during his discussion that led up to these mill-to-mill discussions. And I think those steps, plus I think the immediate release of our POWs and all of the rest that are associated with that, and the agreements that are within the military-to-military discussions, all of those steps taken together will lead us to an eventual formal ceasefire arrangement. Yes, sir?
Two questions, one on POWs. Can you give us any sense of just the mechanics of particularly this immediate good faith gesture exchange? Can we presume that the Allied prisoners will be released, say, to the Red Cross in Baghdad, while the Iraqis will just be allowed to go through Allied lines back to Iraq? Can you give us any feel? And secondly, do you have any further information on the question of disorder in Basra or elsewhere in Iraq?
On the EPWs, that really gets into the details again that I really wasn't privy to during the discussions this morning and this afternoon. So I would defer to answering that so I don't give you the wrong answer. On Basra, that continues to seem to be in disarray and disorganized. In fact, as an anecdote, that was one of the concerns of the Iraqi delegation, was being able to get through Basra. I don't think they were worried too much about for their safety, but just the chaos and the upheaval that's going on within that city. I think they caused them some concern with being able to get down to the discussion site. Yes, sir.
General, do you believe that the reports of unrest within Iraq have anything to do with the Iraqi leadership's willingness to settle this, to calm down their populace?
I think it has to figure into the equation. I would think also the extent of the damage as a result of our strategic bombing campaign, the decisive defeat of his armed forces. I think all of those things have to figure into the equation. I think something that probably isn't well known to the Iraqi people but will become better known as the days go on is the casualty figures. The returning troops that were successful in getting out of the Kuwaiti theater of operations, they're returning up to the north now. Whether they're walking, using equipment, or what means of conveyance, I don't know. But the word is going to be passed very quickly among the populace. And I think you can see some of the news releases. They're going to open the schools next week. They're going to try to get back some of the municipal facilities functioning, like water, electricity, etc. I think yeah, all of these things probably taken together are the reasons or contribute significantly to probably the peace process. Yeah, Eric?
Now that you have maps of where the landmines are and the mines out in the Gulf, do you have any estimates as how long it'll be to clean those areas up?
No, I haven't seen what was presented by the Iraqi delegation. I can tell you from just our own knowledge of the minefields in the Arabian Gulf, it's going to be a substantial mine-sweeping effort, and a lot of the coalition forces have contributed mine-sweeping capabilities in the forms of ships, etc., and expertise. On the ground, it's going to be quite some process. Of course, we're not concerned with the Iraqi minefields in the property or in the territory of Iraq. We're concerned with the Kuwait area. In Kuwait, you know, sometimes we get this image of a very small country. Well, it is small in relative size to Iraq, but it is still a pretty substantial, as you can look at the map, a pretty substantial piece of territory.
Weeks or months, or what kind of magnitude?
I don't think I would attach a timeline to it, Eric. There's a lot of them there, and I'm quite confident that there's some that have not plotted because they were probably laid down in extremis as folks were retreating to the rear.
Can I just follow on that to find out what are you going to do with this arsenal that you've captured or destroyed? I mean,
what?
The arsenal, the Iraqi arsenal. I mean, do you destroy the rest of it, or do you sell it? Or
we're going to destroy anything that we don't want to use for our own purposes is going to be destroyed. And that's a very difficult job in and of itself because of the magnitude of some of the logistics areas that we have uncovered as a result of our sweep action. In other words, there's tremendous amounts of ammunition that could have sustained an effort for a significant battle if, in fact, we hadn't overrun them so quickly. Yes, sir.
Can you give any details as to what shape the aircraft were in that you found at Talil, or were any of them undamaged? And also a quick rundown on what other aircraft or air assets have been found since the hostilities stopped.
Those are the only aircraft, except for I think I had reported once before a couple helicopters had been destroyed on the ground. As to the condition, no, that report was really right off the press almost as far as when we received it. So whether these aircraft are flyable, I really don't know the answer to that. Yeah.
General, do you know if any Allied POWs have died in captivity? And on the other side, has the coalition come up with any decision or policy regarding what it will do with EPWs who don't want to go home?
Both questions I don't know the answer to. I don't know if we've had any of our POWs, Allied POWs, die while in captivity. I've heard reports, but I have not seen anything come through the war room that would substantiate those reports. On your second question, no, I don't know the answer to that. I'm sure that was probably one of the discussion items at the table this morning and this afternoon. Yes, sir.
Do you have any insight into the demeanor of the Iraqi representatives today at the talks, whether they were immediately receptive to everything that the coalition representatives had to offer?
My sensing from a very short conversation with General Schwarzkopf, as I said, he just arrived just as I was about to launch over here. And just judging from the news conference that I think each of you saw as well as myself, it was a candid, frank, but very cooperative dialogue. We went there with some very direct, non-negotiable conditions. We weren't there to negotiate, quite frankly. We were there to give them conditions and to have them agree to these conditions. I think they understood exactly from where we were coming from, and I think the results will bear that out. Yes, sir.
General, you mentioned roughly 1,400 EPWs on Falaka.
Yes.
When Marines were planning a possible amphib raid on that island, they said there were roughly 3,500 to 4,000 Iraqis
That's
there.
right.
Can we assume the rest were killed in the bombings and naval gunfire that preceded the ground war?
Now, Falaka is not a... We can't claim ownership of Falaka yet. A Kuwaiti flag was raised in a ceremony there during the EPW pickup, but we can't say with full confidence that we now have Falaka Island under control. I don't know if there are more troops in there. I can tell you there was no action against our forces while we went in and got the EPWs. Essentially what happened is, over the last 3, 4, 5 days, in our overflights of Falaka Island, we have been seeing large groups of people with white flags wanting to surrender. Our real concern was, you know, 1,405 gave up. If that 1,406th guy wanted to be a bad guy and open up on our aircraft as we went in, then we would have almost an offensive operation. We would retaliate, and it just would have probably got into a shootout. So we were really concerned with that, and that's why we went to such great lengths using loudspeakers and overflights. We did this for almost, I think it was 2 days in a row, and then this morning, of course, as a prelude to going down and picking up the people. We went through set up some very margins of safety procedures, having them move out into a large area, open area, away from any built-up facilities, etc., that we could be taken under fire with. Obviously, we had air cover overhead in the form of both gunships and fixed wing. It was a very well orchestrated and a superbly executed operation by our naval forces.
But none of the equipment left on the island was disabled then?
We did not, no, we did not sweep the island. We have not swept the island. Basically, all of our sweeping action, if you recall, there was a cessation of offensive operations by U.S. and coalition forces. In the true context, if we went across the island, you could almost put that into an offensive operation. All of our sweeping right now is going on in places that we have already traversed through, and we're going back, picking up the remainder of what we bypassed or what we did not destroy or capture as we went through. Yes, ma'am.
I wonder if you were at all surprised by the attitude of cooperativeness and sincerity that General Schwarzkopf said the Iraqis displayed, and why is it that these military commanders would sort of portray a totally different attitude from the political statements that we've been hearing still from Baghdad?
I can probably give you, it's purely speculation on my part. I was in the war room last night during a lot of the dialogue that went on establishing the negotiating team, or the discussion team really, that was coming from Iraq. And it was just a sensing, an overall sensing from my point of view, that they wanted to get on with it. I don't think that one-day delay had anything to do with a stonewalling technique or anything of that nature. I think they wanted to get on with it. I think from their point of view, it's time to get on with it. And I think they came in there, they were candid, they were frank, obviously, and there was some good dialogue between the two parties. But we also were very candid and frank, and we had an agenda. They had seen that agenda, they knew about it, they had an opportunity to work up any responses to it. And we just received all of the things that we wanted, period.
Do you think this reflects on sort of change in attitude that might be underway among the political leadership as well, or do you think this is just military men who can talk to each other?
I can't comment on that. It's way beyond me. Yes, ma'am?
Have you any new reports on Saddam Hussein's whereabouts?
No, none whatsoever that I know of. Yes?
I wonder if you could touch upon a couple of the top lessons learned from this campaign as a military man, and less seriously, did the Army ever recover those vehicles that were borrowed by the Marines?
Can't answer the second one. We've got to wait until we take the count and make sure we've got enough, and then we'll see if we've got some of theirs. On Lessons learned, obviously we're sorting that out right now as we speak. I think there was a lot of lessons learned that we might have underestimated the capability of our weapon system. I think the lesson learned is that we knew that we validated our training, and I think we validated our tactics and techniques. Quite obviously, we validated our leadership. Now, that's not to say that it was a perfect battle. There are some areas I'm sure that are going to be uncovered as time goes on that shows you the shortcomings in equipment, shortcomings in training methods, and probably shortcomings in some tactics and techniques. Our communications worked extremely well in most cases. Interoperability between units and amongst units was probably, this is the first time that we really can say that it all worked. It was a joint combined effort. And if you think about all of the forces involved in this effort, it's just a testimony to strong leadership from the top all the way down. So, yeah, there'll be lessons learned. A lot of lessons learned were learned during just the deployment phase. The movement of 500,000+ U.S. forces from bases all throughout our country, plus from Germany and other places. There's a lot of lessons learned about transportation requirements. We know we need better, probably seaborne transportation capabilities. So we're going to have to look at that. The leadership is going to have to look at that.
Is there anything, Bill, that stands out in the area of weapons as a marked shortcoming?
As a shortcoming?
War tactics. Is there anything in the shortcoming area beside the logistics, the seaborne business?
I think if there's a shortcoming, probably we need to take a look at our breaching capability. Although we did a good job of breaching, and it took a lot of practice and training on the part of our troops, I think we have to take a look at some of that capability. But right off the top of my head, I wouldn't want to even speculate beyond that. I think there'll be a lot of lessons learned, and there'll be public knowledge very soon. But I think in the greater context, I think it was a terrific operation, well executed and well led. Yes, sir.
General, has there been any discussion about some of the other members of the coalition forces going home, the Egyptians, Syrians, Moroccans, and so forth?
Geez, I wouldn't even comment on it. I'm sure that those discussions are ongoing right now amongst all the coalition partners, and we're sorting that out. Obviously, the discussion going on within the U.S. community itself, or forces. And those are things that are going to rise to the surface very soon, I'm sure. Yes, sir.
Can you give us more information on the movement of heavy units from the north of Iraq down towards Baghdad, and give us your thoughts on why they're being brought down?
No, I'm not even familiar with the report.
The report this morning that heavy units were being brought down from the Turkish border area down towards the capital within about 100 kilometers of Baghdad now.
I could speculate, but I really don't. I haven't any knowledge on that, so I'd rather avoid even answering it. I'm ignorant of it, to tell you the truth.
If the Egyptians or the Syrians show any interest in the weaponry conquered, because they have Soviet-made arms, so that they might use the tanks and so on.
Oh, I'm sure that before we destroy some of the equipment, that in fact, obviously, we're going to take into consideration any equipment requirements or needs of the coalition partners, and I'm sure that's already being worked out within the probably the logistics channels within Central Command and also the coalition forces. Let me take one over here. Yes, sir.
Yes, General Norman Schwarzkopf said there's going to be immediate release of prisoners. What is the definition of immediate release in the military dictionary? In other words, how immediate is immediately? My second question, do we have any assurance from the Iraqis they're not going to regroup the remnants of their army and launch an offensive sometime in the future?
Well, we can't answer the immediate. I would assume that during the dialogue that, in fact, immediate was defined between the two participants. I can't give you a definitive answer saying that immediate means by sunrise tomorrow morning. On the question relative to the capability of the armed forces of Iraq, they have suffered a terrible defeat by U.S. and coalition forces. There's going to be some time before they get back into a warfighting type structure, and particularly for taking offensive operations, I think, in any direction. That's not to underplay their remaining capability. They still have ground forces available. They still have an air force. I'm not sure what their pilot condition is, but they still have an Air Force. That unaccounted aircraft, I guess, is the best way to take it. So they always have that capability. I would say that they probably have very good reason to probably try and get their house in order again, and that's probably going to take some time. Yes, sir.
Do you have any idea how many hundreds or perhaps thousands of casualties the Iraqis suffered on the road between Kuwait and Basra as they were leaving Kuwait?
No, I have no idea on that. There was a substantial, and I can only speak to reports and also the film clips that I've seen of the numbers of military vehicles going up that highway. I'm sure they suffered substantial casualties during that exit, that retreat.
Thousands?
No, I wouldn't even catch. I've avoided that since the first day I've been up here. I think there's nothing to be gained by talking about the numbers of casualties. I think it's warfighting capability, and we took that away from them in the sense of taking away their equipment. Okay. Thanks very much.
You've been watching live from Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. This morning's military just miles from the Kuwaiti border for the truce talks. For more on that, let's join CNN's Greg Lamont standing by live in Kuwait City. Greg.
Well, Kuwait City was a bit different than what we've experienced over the past 72 hours today. It was initially very quiet. It's believed that many Kuwaitis huddled inside their homes with family and friends to either listen to radios or watch TV. All eyes were on Iraq and the outcome of General Norman Schwarzkopf's meeting with his Iraqi counterparts. And as we hear from CNN's Tom Mintier, it would appear the wait for Kuwaitis was well worth their while.
As General Norman Schwarzkopf, the Commander-in-Chief of Operation Desert Storm, flew into Iraq, he couldn't help but notice the empty spots in the sand. Iraqi tanks once occupied these positions. Now they are nowhere in sight. Instead, he met forces of the coalition on the ground inside Iraq. At the Safwan airfield, nearly 40 kilometers south of the Iraqi city of Basra, a small green tent became the focus of the world's attention. As General Schwarzkopf walked toward the tent, he left little doubt about his position. A delegation of 8 Iraqi soldiers led by a lieutenant general arrived shortly thereafter. The Iraqis were met by a massive display of coalition military hardware, something they became acutely aware of over the past weeks. They were asked to leave their weapons behind before approaching the tent. Inside, the two sides met for about 2 full hours around a simple table to work out the details of the ceasefire. The meeting had a long agenda. Topping it was the issue of the quick release of prisoners of war and a guarantee of no more hostilities. A smiling General Schwarzkopf emerged from the tent to report that all issues had been resolved to his satisfaction.
The most important point that we discussed was the immediate release of all prisoners of war.
At the top of the Iraqi agenda was the withdrawal of coalition forces now deep inside Iraq, something General Schwarzkopf said could occur soon.
Upon the signing of a ceasefire, but not before, all coalition forces will be drawn back from Iraqi territory that we currently occupy.
The Iraqi delegation told the coalition members that they would take the proposal back to Baghdad. The Allies had phone lines available at the meeting site. The Iraqis no longer have a communication system. Just when a ceasefire agreement might be signed has not been finalized, but a second meeting place has already been agreed to by both sides if further details need to be worked out. But General Schwarzkopf appeared to indicate that may not be necessary, saying a major step toward peace has already occurred in a small green tent in the middle of the desert. Tom Mintier, CNN, in occupied Iraq.
As Tom mentioned, foremost in the talks was the release of all POWs, including civilians, who were rounded up by Iraqis just prior to their departure from Kuwait. There are literally tens of thousands of Iraqi POWs, men who were either captured or simply threw down their weapons to give themselves up. Among them, 40 Iraqis, and they may go down in the books as being POWs for the shortest period of time during this war. They were rounded up today in and around Kuwait City in a house-to-house search. They surrendered willingly, we are told, saying that they were forced against their will to be here. Many appeared scared. They will initially be shipped out to POW centers before eventually being able to go home. But if the indication from General Schwarzkopf holds true, it would appear all POWs on both sides, in Kuwait and in Iraq, will soon be able to rejoin their families. Greg Lamont, CNN Live, Kuwait City.
Thank you, Greg. Now let's take a look at the mood in Baghdad. CNN's Christian Amanpour is standing by there live. Christian.
Well, there's been no word, no official response to today's meeting in southern Iraq here on the official media. In fact, the only word we've had is that the meeting was taking place sometime today. However, some of the officials here at the Al-Rashid Hotel have heard international broadcasts, heard word that the meeting apparently went well, and for the most part they seem relieved and happy that the mechanisms for the end of this war are in place. Many of them have had relatives and friends at the front. As for President Saddam Hussein himself, these pictures you're about to see were shot by Iraqi television yesterday. It's the first time we've had, the first time we've seen or heard from President Saddam Hussein since he made a radio address last Tuesday ordering the withdrawal of troops from Kuwait. As you can see, the smiling president showing no outward sign of pressure after 6 weeks of war. We're told he was chairing a meeting of the Revolutionary Command Council, talking to ministers about restoring basic commodities such as electricity and water, the lack of which, quite frankly, has become a real problem. The biggest arguments you hear in Baghdad these days are over water. People trying to get as much as they can of what has become a precious commodity, but there is no fresh running water in their homes. Children dip their feet in the filthy stuff stagnating in fountains. Women need to wash with and even drink. 7 water treatment plants serve Baghdad's 4.5 million citizens. This is the main one. Officials say it's the only one operating today, and then only at a quarter of its capacity. That's because its power station was bombed in the early days of the war, and it now relies on one generator.
If this stops, it means the central part of Baghdad, in Rasafa, will be prevented from water.
As it is, Iraqi and United Nations officials say that each citizen now gets 40 liters of water a day, compared to 400 liters before the war. And that, they say, isn't even properly treated, because there isn't enough chlorine or alum, now that bombed-out industrial plants can't produce them. In addition, raw sewage is spewing into the rivers around Baghdad. Again, there's no electricity to power the sewage treatment plants. Still, women wash their clothes along the river banks. UN officials here worry about diseases spreading, such as cholera and typhoid, now that the weather is getting warmer.
You could imagine the stress and the pressure put on this department to make water available at any cost, and we have to do this at specified standards.
So officials are appealing for help from other governments and UN organizations for medicines and especially chemicals for treating water. At this plant, they say they have enough chlorine only for another 15 days. As for the electricity today, these pictures were shot about an hour ago in downtown Baghdad. It seems at least one sector of Baghdad has some of its electricity restored. We were told in the press today that the order has gone out to try and restore as much electricity to the citizens as quickly as possible, and that the electricity would be restored during the night hours, between sunset and sunrise. In addition, some Iraqi television broadcasts have come on, started to reappear on TV at certain hours, and officials say schools here will reopen in a week's time. Dave?
Christian Amanpour reporting live from Baghdad. I remind you that Christian's report, as all of our correspondents in Iraq, was cleared by the Iraqi government. We are continuing to follow the airline crash of Boeing 737 that has crashed in Colorado Springs, Colorado, just over an hour ago, and we will cover that in length when we continue.
American Express now gives you an easy way to apply for membership. All you have to do is call.
Can I flash the card on the phone?
Yes, you can. All needed some information.
Great. For those who qualify, the card comes with a world of privileges. Privileges that give you an extra measure of financial flexibility.
Do you like it?
I love it.
then we'll take it.
Lost, stolen, or damaged. Privileges that protect the things you buy up to $1,000 automatically for 90 days. Privileges that include help when you need it.
American Express. I lost my wallet, my cash, and all my cards. We can have the car we by tomorrow. American Express?
To apply, simply call 1-800-THE-CARD. We'll take your application over the phone and start processing it right away.
That was so easy. Thank you. Thank you for calling American Express. On the card, sir?
No need to wrap it.
Membership has its privileges, so call 1-800-THE-CARD now.
My company came to me, and they suggested, strongly, not just suggested, that I seek assistance. I thought it was to fire me. And instead, they gave me an opportunity to save my life.
We're in luck. Did you know sirloins of 165 calories and round-tip steaks a mere 157? Where would we be without beef? Out of luck, I'd say. Beef. Real food luck, Wisconsin.
Tonight, U.S. companies selling weapons to potential enemies. Can the government take steps to stop it? Grounding the military view on CNN's Inside Business, 11 p.m. Eastern tonight. Allied troops have captured more than 1,400 Iraqi soldiers on a Kuwaiti island today. The U.S. military official says coalition helicopters have flown over Failaka Island for 2 days, broadcasting surrender instructions over loudspeakers. Allied troops landed on the island today, but the official says it's not clear yet if more Iraqi troops are still at large. A woman helicopter pilot who safely flew deep into the combat zone has died in the crash of her chopper in Saudi Arabia. CNN profiled Army pilot Marie Rossi last week as one of the U.S. military women closest to the action. She flew supply missions as part of the Army's 101st Airborne Division when it moved into Iraqi territory. The Pentagon says her helicopter crashed accidentally in Saudi Arabia after the halt in hostilities. She was 32.
4 CBS television newsmen are in a London hospital today after their release from Iraqi captivity. Reporter Bob Simon, London Bureau Chief Peter Bluff, soundman Juan Caldera, and cameraman Roberto Alvarez were freed Saturday after intervention from Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev. The 4 narrowly survived an Allied bomb attack. The wall behind Caldera's cell was blown away. A British doctor who examined the men at a London hospital says they are in good psychological shape.
I find them in remarkably good shape when you consider they've been in prison in awful circumstances for 40 days. But they were beaten. Do they show any ill effects as a result of that physically? Not that I can detect. Absolutely no signs, no bruises, no broken or damaged tendons. It looks as if the beating was really not very severe.
The crew had been picked up by an Iraqi army patrol on the Saudi-Kuwaiti border 4 days after the Gulf War started.
We've been telling you about an airplane that has crashed, a jetliner, a Boeing 737 in Colorado Springs, Colorado, just about almost an hour and a half ago. It was at 10:50 or 9:50 Mountain Time when the plane crashed. The FAA is telling us there were 20 passengers aboard that plane with 5 crew members. We have on the line Sergeant Randall Johnson, a police officer from the Colorado Springs area. Sergeant, are you with us?
Yes, sir.
What can you tell us?
At approximately 9:50 a.m. this morning, United Flight 585, a United Airlines 737 arriving in Colorado Springs from Denver, Colorado, crashed south of the Colorado Springs Municipal Airport.
Sergeant, what can you tell us about the amount of people on board? We were hearing 20 passengers, 5 crew members.
Yes, United Airlines in Colorado Springs does confirm those figures. Reports that we have from the field suggest that there are no survivors.
And the plane had originated at least at one of the origination points, Moline, Illinois, to Denver, and then into Colorado Springs.
Yes, that's correct.
Telly, give us an idea of the area. We are looking at videotape. It looks like a park as far as we can tell. Give us an idea of where it is located.
The information that I'm getting is that the aircraft did go down in what's known as the Whitefield Regional Park District. That is a park area that is south of the Colorado Springs Municipal Airport. The city of Colorado Springs has a property line that's concurrent with the airport boundary. The plane was on its final approach to Colorado Springs, northbound into the airport when it went down.
Now, that runway, we are told, runs in a north-south direction. The flight number that we have received, United Flight 585. It is United Flight 585 from Denver to Colorado Springs. Now, just to give you an idea, Colorado Springs is a city about 70 miles south of Denver, for those of you who don't know the region. Again, we are being told that there were 20 passengers on board with a crew of 5, and that as far as we know, there are no survivors in that crash. Cheryl.
The Boeing 737 was introduced more than 20 years ago, and it has been a success as the world's most popular commercial aircraft, but it's also had its share of trouble. The latest disaster involving a Boeing 737 before today happened just a month ago when a U.S. Airjet collided with a smaller commuter plane while landing at Los Angeles International Airport.
Resulted in agreement on all issues leading to a permanent truce. At military bases like this one in Saudi Arabia, troops listened after weeks of fighting.
I feel kind of relieved in a way, because now it seems like it's finally over.
The Allied forces had set a number of conditions for the Iraqis. First, a release of all prisoners. 9 Americans are believed to be among the 13 Allied prisoners of war. And Iraq is also thought to be holding more than 20,000 Kuwaiti citizens. The Allies are also demanding the location of all land and sea mines laid by Iraq. And measures must still be taken to make sure Allied and Iraqi forces don't make contact and threaten the ceasefire. Iraq's agreement to return all prisoners was clearly a major part of the first talks in the desert, and clearly a major concern to the Allied men and women who've done the fighting.
We got to get those guys back. They don't deserve to be left back behind. I don't want any of our people left over here.
The troops say they're pleased that their efforts have apparently led to a good start on peace talks, but they're still skeptical. Many have spent 7 months in the Gulf and have seen Saddam Hussein's handiwork up close.
I don't think that they should trust him as far as they could pick him up and throw him.
To be sure, the talks are not based simply on trust. Allied forces control a large chunk of southern Iraq. They've also devastated 40 out of 42 Iraqi military divisions. Those are big bargaining chips that the troops hope will end the game for good.
Basically, I don't want to come back here.
So far, there's no word on a firm timetable for sending the troops home. Jim Hill, CNN, Saudi Arabia.
At what could be the last of the daily press briefings from Riyadh, a Desert Storm spokesman said today the Allies now hold 63,000 Iraqi prisoners, and that number continues to grow. Just today, more than 1,400 Iraqi soldiers, including 90 officers, were taken off the island of Falaka near the mouth of the Kuwaiti harbor.
The EPW count has grown to over 62,000 as we have found additional Iraqis isolated or holding out throughout the Kuwaiti theater of operations. This does not include the 1,405 so EPWs that were taken in Falak Island. Over 800 of these EPWs are patients either in our hospitals or under care by our medical personnel. Approximately 80% of those are being treated for wounds received in action.
Neil says he can't claim Falaka was retaken since it's not clear whether any Iraqi soldiers remain behind. He did say Allied forces planted a Kuwaiti flag. Not all Iraqi soldiers are giving up. Yesterday, dozens of Iraqi tanks, which may have been wandering aimlessly, attacked U.S. forces in southern Iraq in the worst violation yet of the informal ceasefire. The U.S. forces fired back and quickly overwhelmed their attackers. The United Nations Security Council has issued its conditions for a ceasefire in the form of Resolution 686. The measure, cited by Schwarzkopf, passed last night by an 11-to-1 vote with 3 abstentions. Under its terms, before a permanent ceasefire could be declared, Iraq would have to release all Allied prisoners of war,
release all Kuwaitis taken hostage before Iraqi troops evacuated Kuwait City, disclose the location of all mines and booby traps, and comply with the 12 previous UN resolutions on the Gulf War. Iraq is making no public mention of its meeting with Allied commanders or any terms of the ceasefire. Baghdad Radio reports Saddam Hussein held a meeting with his top officials last night to discuss restoring public services. Electrical power is expected to be completely restored by next weekend. Television has begun broadcasting again, and schools are scheduled to reopen in the next week. Engineers in Baghdad blew up the remainder of the 14th of July bridge. The structure was heavily damaged during the air war, and Iraqi officials want to begin reconstruction. Iraq reportedly is pulling troops back from its northern border and moving them closer to Baghdad. A military source in Saudi Arabia says 2 mechanized brigades are on the move, about 60 miles from the Iraqi capital. Iraq may try to use those forces to protect Baghdad if fighting with the Allies resumes. The U.S. military says it can't confirm the report. State radio in Iran reports violent clashes between Iraqi forces and anti-government protesters in at least 4 Iraqi cities. Tehran radio quotes Iraqi refugees who recently arrived in neighboring nations. U.S. officials confirm the Iraqi city of Basra, for one, is in such turmoil the Iraqi delegation to today's talks wasn't sure if it could pass through. Basra's mayor has reportedly been assassinated.
I'm not sure that it's fair to say there's political chaos in Iraq. Right now there are some disturbances, and I think Basra is apparently a completely lawless city, but I don't know that we have political chaos.
Secretary of State James Baker says despite apparent internal dissent, Saddam Hussein remains in charge in Iraq. And as long as that's the case, Baker says, the Allies will keep demanding steep Iraqi reparations. Baker says the post-war Middle East may also provide a new chance to solve the Arab-Israeli conflict, possibly through a peace conference.
The position of the United States on an international conference is that it might be useful at an appropriate time, provided it's properly structured. And we want to see what the views and ideas of all our coalition partners are, including France, including the Arab countries, including Israel.
Egyptian President Hosni Mubarak says Middle Eastern nations need to stop thinking about settling old scores. He also told Egypt's parliament the time has come to resolve the Palestinian issue, and he called on all nations in the region to lay down their nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons.
Events have proven the correctness of our vision, what we called for over 2 years ago, that the Middle East should be free from all mass destruction weapons. The whole area, including Israel.
French President François Mitterrand says the United Nations should take on the task of ensuring stability in the Middle East. In a televised address today, Mitterrand said the national leaders of the UN Security Council should meet to discuss arms control and post-war security. In Jordan, public sentiment is apparently changing. After months of pro-Iraqi rallies, some Jordanians are expressing sympathy for Kuwait. Tony Clark explains the change of heart.
Jordanians, Kuwaitis, and others stood in long lines outside Kuwait's embassy in Amman Sunday. They signed books of congratulations and brought bouquets of flowers to celebrate the end of Iraqi occupation.
I'm here just to congratulate Kuwait for, going back home, to their homes, of course.
I'm very happy now, because Kuwait come back.
We are very happy for Kuwait return to its government and for its people, kind people, and kind governments.
Many of those standing in line are signing up for visas, either to return home or in hopes of getting work in the rebuilding of Kuwait. There are also efforts underway at rebuilding relationships here in Jordan. Jordan's foreign minister met with ambassadors from several countries Sunday to explain this country's stand on the war. But relations with them may take time to repair.
This all to be left for the next stage. It is too early now to discuss what we are going to do in the future.
Privately, Jordanian officials are explaining that because public opinion so strongly favored Iraq, the Jordanian government was put in a difficult position. If it backed the Gulf Alliance, officials believe, it would have been hard for the government to maintain stability in the country. Jordanian officials say by voicing official neutrality, allowing pro-Iraqi demonstrations, yet keeping those demonstrations under control, King Hussein kept Jordan out of the war and became a national hero. The government hoped to use that popularity to steer the public on a more moderate course for the future. On Saturday, there was a meeting to discuss broadening news coverage on Jordan's state-run media, and the Crown Prince has called for a lowering of voices and a cooling of rhetoric. By moderating feelings here, Jordanian officials believe they can improve relations around the world. Tony Clark, CNN, Amman.
Tensions are simmering in the Yugoslavian Republic of Croatia. Ethnic Serbs and Croatians battled again today. Army tanks are patrolling Pakrac, the town where Croatians and ethnic Serbs clashed yesterday. The state news agency says some Croatian special forces have begun withdrawing from the city. Yugoslavia's federal president has given all external forces until day's end to leave the city. In the Soviet republics of Estonia and Latvia, citizens cast ballots today in a non-binding referendum on independence. Election officials say voters turned out in great numbers. The vote is a direct challenge to Moscow, which is holding a referendum on the future of the Soviet Union later this month. The manufacturer is recalling all Sudafed decongestant capsules. Burroughs Wellcome says people should return Sudafed 12-hour capsules to the store from which they bought them. Capsules laced with cyanide have been linked to 2 deaths and 1 illness in Washington state. A Tacoma woman who died from cyanide poisoning had taken Sudafed. A man from Lacey, Washington also died after taking the over-the-counter cold medicine. A woman who became ill from cyanide is also believed to have used the product. Coming up next in Dollars and Cents, drought-stricken California considers alternative sources of water.
Calumet Farm in Kentucky has produced more legendary racehorses than any other state. Whirlaway, Citation, Algar. When excellence becomes a tradition, there's no end to the greatness. And it doesn't happen only in horse racing. Ford has set the pace in the auto industry from the outset. And with billions of dollars invested in models like our new Crown Victoria and Grand Marquis, we're going to stay out in front. Ford Motor Company.
You can whip up the sumptuous dips the crowd will love dipping into with Knorr vegetable soup and recipe mix. You can turn the vegetable on the side into a festive main event with a lemony Knorr hollandaise sauce. And a savory soup can help dinner become a delicious, memorable meal, especially if it's Knorr fine herb soup. Discover how Knorr can help you turn any meal into something special. Knorr, where taste is everything.
Before I even consider taking a medicine, I have to feel good about it. So before I switched from Tylenol to Advil, I did my homework. I found that the doctors have recommended Advil over 50 million times, and that over 100 million people have tried it. That includes me. And you know, 2 Advil work better on my really tough headaches than 2 extra-strength Tylenol. Hey, I don't take just any medicine, but I do take Advil. Advil, advanced medicine for pain.
You're living right, you're thinking like so fresh. Yeah, don't keep it fit, that's it. So fresh, don't you keep trying. You're gonna get going. So fresh.
Now, Long John Silver's has a lighter way to go. Our tender baked white fish. So get ready, get set.
So fresh, Long John Silver's.
Right now, come in and try our new baked fish light portions.
5 years of drought have left California high and dry. Los Angeles Mayor Tom Bradley says the water shortage amounts to a natural disaster. Patty Panicia reports state officials are considering an alternative source of water.
California may be parched with a drought, but it's sitting next to an endless supply of water, the Pacific Ocean.
For about every 100 gallons of salt water we bring in, we will make 25 to 30 gallons of fresh water.
Californians are thinking of his political mistake, well aware that under the Bulgarian penal law, he cannot be tried for political responsibilities. He has denied all other charges, claiming with great self-confidence that he is innocent. The communist dictator's life is the typical...
Now with the latest information from those talks. Mike. That's right. At a meeting in the Iraqi desert, Allied Commander General Norman Schwarzkopf and his Saudi counterpart, Prince Khalid, met with Iraqi military officials and cleared the way for a permanent ceasefire. Schwarzkopf said the Iraqis agreed to all the Allied conditions. These include the immediate release of prisoners of war, although it's not exactly clear when that will be. Includes taking steps to avoid further clashes between Allied and Iraqi troops, and helping to identify the location of all those mines the Iraqis laid. For their part, the Allies agreed to pull their troops out of Iraq once a formal ceasefire is signed. We are well on our way to a lasting peace, is what Schwarzkopf said. The meeting in the desert was not the only thing going on in this part of the world today.
As Allied and Iraqi commanders met to finalize the ceasefire, Allied troops carried out one of the most important mopping-up operations since the fighting stopped. They moved to take control of the Iraqi-occupied island of Failaka off the Kuwaiti coast.
In our overflights of Failaka Island, we have been seeing large groups of people with white flags wanting to surrender. Beginning at 0500 this morning, helicopters with loudspeakers flew around Failaka Island telling Iraqis where to assemble for pickup, those that desire to become EPWs, enemy prisoners of war. There was no sign of Iraqi opposition. We worked in coordination with the Kuwaiti commander who took charge of the EPWs on the island. Coalition forces took over 1,405 EPWs.
At Sunday's meeting, the Iraqis gave the Allies maps showing the location of minefields laid in recent months. Nonetheless, Allied officials say that clearing the mines is going to be a long and difficult process.
There's a lot of them there, and I'm quite confident that there are some that have not plotted because they were probably laid down in extremis as folks were retreating to the rear.
While the cleanup goes on, foreign ministers from the Gulf Cooperation Council, which includes Saudi Arabia and 5 other nations, met here in Riyadh to discuss future regional security arrangements. And as the focus shifts from the military to the diplomatic front, the U.S. Central Command announced an end to its daily briefings here. In his last scheduled appearance, General Neal summed up some of the lessons from what Saddam Hussein called the mother of all battles.
I think the lesson learned is that we knew that we validated our training, and I think we validated our tactics and techniques. Quite obviously, we validated our leadership.
While no one challenges the scale of the coalition's military success, the question now is whether the Allies can be equally effective in winning the peace. Mike Chenoy, CNN, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
Mike, just this last second check on the situation in Basra now.
The situation in Basra appears to be in total disorder and chaos. That's the word from Allied military sources here, and it's backed up by reports from refugees who've been fleeing the city. They are talking about fighting there for the past 2 days, as it appears that an anti-Saddam Hussein revolt has broken out. Islamic fundamentalists, Shiite Islamic fundamentalists, appear to be playing a central role in that revolt, and some of their spokesmen traveled to Iraq's border with Kuwait today, according to press reports, to seek help from the Allies there. Meanwhile, military sources report that Saddam Hussein has begun moving troops, including some of those elite Republican guards that had been along Iraq's border with Turkey, down towards the center of the country near Baghdad, to protect him from what could be an increasingly serious challenge to his hold on power.
Mike, thank you for staying up so late to be with us. We appreciate it.
In Kuwait, people are awaiting word on relatives they say were taken away by the Iraqis and are contemplating the environmental damage Iraq left behind. CNN's John Sweeney is with us live now from Kuwait City. John.
Dave, the more we get to travel around this newly liberated country, the more evident it is that the environment has been severely damaged by the Iraqis. And nowhere is that more evident than in a small city south of the capital. Residents of the small Kuwaiti town of El Hamadi have not seen the sunshine for 6 weeks, and this is why. Located about 25 miles south of Kuwait City, El Hamadi is surrounded by some of the country's largest oil fields. Oil fields set ablaze with a vengeance by the Iraqis. For the residents of El Hamadi, that has meant 6 weeks of surviving amid thick clouds of acrid smoke. Al Hamadi's pets are beginning to turn the color of smoke, and even its healthiest residents are finding it difficult to breathe.
I feel suffocated and it's hard to breathe.
Even in the country's capital city, some distance from the burning wells, the pollution is being spread by winter rains.
We had actually black rain, just like in Europe they have acid rain. We had black rain. It made all the buildings, all the trees, all the surroundings look black.
Normal winter rains are essential for Kuwait's desert vegetation. The polluted version threatens its existence. Along the Persian Gulf Coast towards Saudi Arabia, as much as 200 million gallons of oil continues to kill marine and animal life, a lasting legacy of Saddam Hussein. In Kuwait City, tons of garbage, uncollected since the invasion, poses an increasing health hazard to a population still reveling in liberation. The health hazard in Al Mahdi, meanwhile, borders on unbearable for citizens with no place else to go.
We cannot leave our house and everything and move out and our stuff. It's not so easy.
Kuwait City was always known as a city of lights in the desert. Tonight it remains without water or electricity. Indeed, the whole country is that way. Officials must first repair the electricity in order to pump water through the 4 desalination plants in the country. They hope to get some electricity working within a few days. I'm John Sweeney, live in Kuwait City.
Thank you, John. Coming up, a live report from the Pentagon and some lessons learned from the Gulf War. Stay with us.
Great food must be eaten in the morning.
The man who wrote the book on Florida grapefruit is history.
You don't just have to have it in the morning. You can feel it every time you feel it. Like it as it is. You just can't beat it.
Grapefruit, fresh from Florida and Florida's Indian River.
You don't just have to have it in the morning.
If after test driving the Sterling, you find another car with all of its standard features and appointments for $28,500 or less, we do more than congratulate you. We'll buy it for you.
What can the Pitney Bowes mailing system do for your business? Watch this. Seen enough.
Do your friends like to party, especially on their birthday? Well, if you can't attend one, send one. Just call or visit your FPD florist, the only one who can send a birthday party bouquet almost anywhere. Send a party today.
The variety and scope of the newspaper. The immediacy and versatility of radio. The drama and emotion of television. The power and impact of CNN headline news.
Now that the Gulf War is over, the U.S. and the Allied forces have logged a military victory in history. But there are lessons to be learned from this war, more of them, as CNN's Wolf Blitzer tells us at the Pentagon. Wolf.
David, for long-range Pentagon planners, the speedy and lopsided victory over Iraq certainly was a welcome relief from the legacy of U.S. military setbacks over the past 2 decades, including Vietnam, the failed hostage rescue operation in Iran, and certainly the bombing of the Marine headquarters in Beirut. But officials caution against assuming that everything went perfectly in this war. They say there are important lessons to be learned, some not so positive.
There are some areas I'm sure that are going to be uncovered as time goes on that shows the shortcomings in equipment, shortcomings in training methods, and probably shortcomings in some tactics and techniques.
Delays in the deployment of more than a half-million U.S. troops to the Gulf underline several transportation problems.
We know we need better probably seaborne transportation capability. So we're going to have to look at that.
And that explains why the Pentagon hopes to leave a lot of tanks and heavy equipment in place in Saudi Arabia even after the troops come home. General O'Neill says the Pentagon also will have to re-examine its breaching capability, moving through enemy landmines, burning trenches, and other obstacles. Privately, military officers credit the unrelenting air campaign with having softened up the front-line Iraqi fortifications. But that kind of air supremacy, the officials caution, might not be available the next time around. And officials can see that the war could have turned out quite differently if the U.S.-led coalition would not have had the luxury of careful planning spread out over some 5 months. Saudi Arabia's overbuilt network of modern air bases and seaports, moreover, are not found in many other potential hotspots around the world. But U.S. military commanders agree that the major reason why this war went so well was the fact that President Bush did not micromanage the battlefield.
Most of all, we had a commander-in-chief who allowed the Secretary of Defense, Chairman, and the theater commander in particular to develop his plans and to refine them and to think through them and to execute them without any interference.
General Norman Schwarzkopf, the commander of the entire operation, says U.S. troops will start returning home with the achievement of a ceasefire. And officials here at the Pentagon believe that will be rather soon. Wolf Blitzer, CNN, reporting live from the Pentagon.
Thanks, Wolf. Just ahead, we'll hear from our viewers. Crash in northern Saudi Arabia. Rossi, who had been flying supply missions during the war, was profiled on CNN last week and talked about going into Iraq.
My tenant is one of the female officers, so we kind of, we thought it was pretty neat that 3 women were going to be across the border before the rest of the battalion was. It's initially excitement that it was going to kick off, and then we were going to be part of the first assault going over. I think there's some nerves, you know, there's, in talking with them this morning, there's nervous feelings about going across, but mostly it's just readiness to do it.
Although U.S. women soldiers are banned from frontline fighting, many served at advanced supply bases near the front during the war. Newsmaker Sunday is up next. Mary Tillotson discusses Arab reaction to the Gulf War with the Jordanian ambassador to the U.S. and the Egyptian and Saudi Arabian ambassadors to the UN. I'm Dave Michaels of the CNN Center in Atlanta.
Americans, one of them is a woman. I'm David French in Washington. Thanks for being with us.